Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to PF International. Mark the day, the 1st of February 2026. Something a little bit new. Welcome to this SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live for the Icebreaker Cup here at Trent Valley Kart Club for the start of a new season, as I say, a new initiative from the guys who brought you all the great coverage of karting in the UK over the past few years. First of all, to say thank you so much to all of the new members who've signed up straight away before the start of today. This new initiative is all about bringing coverage to grassroots karting. Great to be bringing you action here from Trent Valley Kart Club. Normally we're here for things like Kart Masters, we're here for lots of the national championships that go around the country, but bringing you TVKC action for the first time is really, really good, isn't it? So thank you so much. I can see already a few of the names who have joined us this morning. Stevie, OKR, Ethan Windsor, Emma Donaldson, Richard Morrow, morning Richard, Birdie, Jamie Jakins, morning Jamie, have all got on board. Now, how today's going to work. The heats, everybody's going to race twice. They are free to view. You can stay with us all the way. If you want to stay with us all the way through the day, through the finals later on this afternoon, then what you need to do is hit that join button down below. Now, it is obviously a monthly cost, $12.99, but it is, it's not locked in for a whole year or anything like that. If you want to join us for the finals this afternoon, you can do. And if it's just for this month, then you can cancel it at any time. If you're not able to join us for those finals, don't worry. We've got the 7-day first rule. So members get exclusive access to all premium content, including the full finals broadcast for the first 7 days. Everything that we see here today at PF will be available then 7 days after the event, so you can still catch up at your leisure at that time. As access to members-only community posts and polls as well, member votes and feedback directly influence the development and direction of SlipStream going into the future. And as well, if you're a member and you put a comment in on the YouTube chat, you get priority as well. We can see your comments further up the screen. So do say good hello to us here this morning. Right, let's talk the racing. As I say, start of a new season. Lots to talk about, lots of changes, lots of drivers moving up through the ranks. You've got lots of inters becoming juniors, juniors becoming seniors. We've got lots of new faces as well, of course, in the cadet categories. As mentioned earlier, everyone's going to race twice. The grid's determined by timed qualifying here at PF yesterday. We'll take you through all of that in due course. And then everybody qualifies for a final of some description later on today. As I say, those finals will be for members only later on in the day. Yeah, they'll all be available for you after 7 days. I think quiet has fallen over the circuit. Yes, it has, which means we're just about ready for race 1, heat 1 in senior Rotax. So let's take you through the grid then very, very quickly for Senior Rotax, one of the heaviest subscribed categories of the day. Cian Geraghty is on pole position for this one. Ewan Charman will be alongside on the front row. Jack West, Freddie Lloyd on row 2. Yes, you did just hear me correctly. Freddie Lloyd doing double duty today in the senior categories. Albie Lapper, GP plate winner in the juniors last year, has now stepped up to the seniors. He's on row 3 alongside Joshua Graham. Brandon Truman, Will Archer, that's row 4. Ben Ballou, James Kell, that's row 5. Joshua Smith, Oliver Liversidge, that's row 6. Bailey Waters, Joe Mills on row 7. Mikey Walker and Joe Yao form up an all Jack's Motorsports row number 8. Noah Barham, definitely a name to watch there from row number 9, is alongside Deshaun Bennett. Connor Tubby and Jamie Perilli form out the top 20 in this one. Oscar Shevich is on row 11 alongside Kai Newman. Leon Hasty, a bit of a surprise to see Leon down there on the 12th row of the grid, of course still with Craft Motorsports. O-Plate winner here last year. He's joined on row 12 by Priyam Lelang. Ludwig Beresford and Jacob Lee there on row 13. It's then Zach Leckie and Dan Renton on row 14. Ruben Mamalok and Willow Machiva go from row 15. Zizzy Lame and Alex Gergris on row 16. Zach Kane and Ilyas Mufakir form out the 34-strong field. Everyone assigned from those timed qualifying yesterday into groups, A, B and C. They're going to go through a little bit of a round robin through the early part of the day to decide who goes through to the finals. But it does look like we are set to go then. So the racing begins at the Icebreaker Cup 2026 here at PF. Good start for Cian Geraghty, but runs a little bit wide. There's going to be quite a lot of action through the Bruno Ferrari S's here today. Did Geraghty hold on to that one? I think he did. Marvellous stuff for the Strawberry Racing driver. He's had a lot of success here over the years. Over the bridge then for the first time, down towards hairpin number 1. This is another area where we're going to see a few thrills and spills here today. Everyone, understandably, nice and steady right now. I think there's been problems early on for Bailey Waters. Bailey's not come through sector number 1. Neither has Joe Mills, or Joe Mills has now come through sector 1. Ruben Mamalok and Willow McIver have also had issues on this first lap of the race. Now, just to mention, yes, everyone will make it through to a final of some description, but everybody wants to avoid the dreaded B final. Nobody wants to have to be doing an extra bit of work to make it through to the central piece later on today. There's the 397 of Albie Lapper in the white helmet and the blue overalls right in the middle of things. Albie stepping up into the senior category, of course. The very strong 2025 in junior Rotax. So end of lap number 1 then. We'll just confirm these drivers coming through. Cian Geraghty is your race leader. Freddie Lloyd has had a good start up to P2. Ewan Charman, Jack West, Albie Lapper, that's your top 5. Joshua Graham, Will Archer, Brandon Truman, Noah Barham. Great start there for Noah Barham. Up, what was that, 8 positions on the first lap for Dan Holland Racing, and Jamie Perilli as well, up 10 spots. Very high quality field here today. Many of the names that we've seen over the years in the national championships taking part here today. Oh, good attempt down the inside there. I think that may well have been Jamie Perilli going for a dive through hairpin number 1. Other drivers who've had a good start, Leon Hastie's up 9 spots, up to 14th place. 12 places gained by Alex Gergris for the Maxim Motorsport team, and it looks like we've had a change for the lead. Freddie Lloyd to the front of the order then. Not used to seeing him in Rotax action, but of course last year was the British champion in Senior X30 and is due to go in Senior X30 later today. So over the line to complete the second lap. Should note Freddie Lloyd was fastest in his warm-up session this morning, split warm-up session, because it's a greater than 34 entries for Senior Rotax today. Hence why we're running things over a couple of sessions. Lloyd looking good in these slippery conditions. Good visibility out there though. Good to see some racing. Not through the fears of fog for the first time this year. The battle a little bit further down the order, in around the second half of the top 10. But like Noah Barham was making some more progress there. Ludwig Beresford, just to mention as well, another driver coming up the order. 4 positions gained now into P21. There's Joshua Graham, number 8 national seed from 2025. Had a solid season. I think he'll be looking with the KR Sport team to really be kicking on and getting into the higher reaches of the national rankings. For a lot of the drivers, this is their first race of the year. So 4 minutes of this one to go. And I've got to say, really impressed with how the drivers have started this one. Big grid, so of course you're going to have a few fills and spills along the way, but on the whole, pretty good. Notices from race control. Jacob Lee has had a 5-second penalty. Also for the 393 of Dejean Bennett. So these will all be applied post-race, and the 290 of Alex Gergis as well. So that's a shame, because Alex was having a good run up to that point. 3 minutes and 20 of this race to go. Freddie Lloyd very much looking in control, setting purple sectors at the moment. Has got his lead probably beyond 2 seconds now. It was 1.8 seconds at the last count. There's Jack West having a battle with Albi Lapper. Jack West now with the Ultimate R team going by the graphics kit there. So that's one of those many changes that we mentioned at the top of the show. Jack West changing teams for the start of this 2026 season. And currently dealing with the reigning, well, won't be able to defend it, of course, because he's moved up into the seniors, but reigning Kart Masters champion in Junior Rotax last summer. So still Lloyd from Geraghty. Charman. Ewan Charman having a pretty quiet race at the moment. Still looking pretty good there in the Hunter Motorsport machine, in the blue and orange. Joshua Graham has broken away with this battle for 5th place, which has exchanged. So Lapper now up into 5th place ahead of West. Then Truman. Pirilli there in 8th place. Noah Barham in the white helmet P9. And Will Archer completing the top 10 right now. Should mention Leon Hasty as well. Leon Hasty, who won the O Plate here last year, just under 12 months ago. Racing the number 83 here today. He's had some nice progress up to 11th place. Here's a scrap between West and Truman. Brandon Truman on the outside. Oh, the two of them get together, and that is like taking candy from a baby for Jamie Pirilli. Jamie Pirilli straight through. Didn't really need to do too much there, and gains 2 places. West and Truman fall not too far down the order. West now running in 8th. Truman has slipped outside the top 10. Looks like Joshua Smith had a little bit of an issue last lap around, because Mikey Walker and Oliver Liversidge have both got past. Warning coming in for the 232 of Mikey Walker. Something that's happened out there. Yeah, really good stuff here from Leon Hasty. Leon Hasty in the latter stages of this race, now cutting up through the order, has got past Jack West now and into 8th place. Should note, I think we've got a couple of drivers out of this one. Connor Tubby and Zach Kane not circulating right now. Here's the 340 of Jamie Pirilli, the green, blue and white of Jack's Motorsport. Noah Barham there as well in the number 22 for Dan Holland Racing. Looking to battle here over, it's going to be 6th place towards the end of this race. So 2 more laps to go then. Freddie Lloyd comes across the line, starts, or completes, I should say, a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 14.93. Geraghty, Charman, Graham, Lapper, still your top 5 right now. It has been the familiar faces on the national scene that have come to the fore in this one. Not taking too many risks, because right now these heats just all about making your way through to the A final later today, which if you are a member here on SlipStream, you will be able to watch in full through to the end of the day. Here is your race leader, Freddie Lloyd. Beautiful turn in there from Fast Freddie. Look, I think we're going to see a lot of here today, coming into the new season. Does know this track very, very well, of course, does Freddie Lloyd. And a little bit further back, with the 393 of Dejean Bennett coming up through the order. Now, Dejean does have a penalty overhanging him from early on in the race. Now, there's the Origin Motorsport runner, Joe Mills. I think Joe's made quite a few positions on this last lap, because he started this one up behind James Kell and Dejean Bennett. James Kell in there as well, racing for Ultimate R at the start of this new season. Final lap board is out then. And this has been a breeze for Freddie Lloyd. Straight in with Strawberry Racing, and right now with Cian Geraghty delivering a 1-2 finish in this first heat of the 2026 Icebreaker Cup. That will make one of the home teams here at PF very, very happy indeed. Won't be job done yet though. Should note in our race order, it's race 7 where we'll see the second heat for Senior Rotax and then race 13 for the third. Everybody racing twice over those 3 heats. But for Freddie Lloyd, job done. Has recovered from yesterday. Decent pace yesterday. But this morning in these conditions, Freddie Lloyd has found a bit of a margin over the rest of the field. Lloyd takes heat 1. It's going to be quite comfortable in the end. Another new fastest lap to boot right at the end, 1 minute 14.2. And in the end, he wins by 5.26 seconds over Cian Geraghty. Ewan Charman third, Joshua Graham fourth, Albie Lapper home in fifth. Leon Hasty, great second half of the race there from Leon Hasty. Up 17 positions in the end to P6. Noah Barham up 10 to 7th. Where did Jamie Perilli fall down to? Yeah, Jamie Perilli had a little bit of an issue maybe in the second half of that race. Falls down outside of the top 10. That top 10 was completed, by the way, by Brandon Truman, Will Archer and Mikey Walker. Jack West 11th, Perilli 12th, Oliver Liversidge 13th, ahead of Joshua Smith and Ben Ballou. As the rest of the field come over the line. We'll see all of them later on in the morning and the early part of the afternoon, depending on which group they are in from timed qualifying yesterday. A very solid start there. Keep your comments coming in. Good morning to Richard Morrow. Good to hear from you, mate. Loving the coverage at the moment. Hello to Chris Ball as well, cheering on Louis and Harry Radcliffe. First time they are competing against each other. That'll be good fun to watch later on today. And hello to Richard Stevenson as well. Good luck to the Orange Army and looking forward to doing some events up there. Great team, absolutely. PF, Trent Valley Kart Club, Marshall team. One of the best Marshall teams, not just in the UK, but in the world, if I may say so. So full testament to all of them, because it's not warm out there today. So that's race 1 done. As I say, 17 heats in total today for deciding who goes through to the main finals and in what position, of course, that they go through to those main finals. We'll have 2 doses of Junior Rotax coming up in a few moments' time. Harley asks, anywhere where I can go find the timetable for today. If you head across to either the TVKC website or motorsport-timing.co.uk, all of the live timing and the results and the documents from race officials, all the information you could possibly need is all over there. Keep your comments coming in. Great to be bringing you this first SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. Yeah, interesting to see whether it will dry up today. So temperatures being the start of February, not particularly warm at the moment. I do think we've got some light rain forecast later on in the day, but I say that with a big asterisk over it because it's PF International. If anyone who's worked here knows, predicting the weather can be a little bit tricky around this this part of the world. Right, I do think we are ready. Just popped up on our screens the grid for race number 2 coming up, Junior Rotax heat number 1. So heat number 1 then for Junior Rotax. Really looking forward to this category here today. Good mix of drivers who've gone for a second year in the category, joined by a number moving up from the Inter category. Cian Bernard will be your pole sitter for this one. Alongside him, though, is a name that I am genuinely really pleased to be reading out on a grid for the first time in quite a while. You know, those of you know what happened here back in the summer. But Fletcher Jameson for Jack's Motorsport on the front row. Fantastic to see. Hope he has a good race here. Zach Turner and Tom Reed there on row 2. Tom Reed stepping up to the juniors. Very successful 2025, of course. On row 3, we will find Rares, Cosmin Pascu and Connor Large. Connor's been having a decent start to the season. Harry Holland and Oliver Fabricius on row 4. Teddy Cooper and Kevin Ivanov on row 5. Lorenzo Vidal starts on row 6 alongside Harvey Sargent, Jackson Lane and Theo Bradshaw row 7. Lucian Smith, another driver stepping up now into the juniors, is joined by Tobias Johns on row 8. Jack Beasley and Stanley Stafford there on row 9. Blake Southern knows this track very well. Had a very good run in qualifying at Kart Masters in similar conditions to this last year. He's on row 10, joined by Jacob Aston. Sam Aston is on row 11 with Jamie Richards. Alex Shepherd, Oliver Peters, Matthew So, Cian Hundle, Elliot Smith, Ethan Guest, Adam Turacek, Benjamin Jones, Isaac Jameson, John Richardson and JJ Plowman complete the 33-strong field for this one. Everybody again races twice, 4 groups in this one, A, B, C, D. So they won't do a full round-robin rotation. These are going to be some very, very busy races then. Away we go then. No, the lights do not go out on that one. I think the pole side of the grid just accelerated a little bit too soon there. Cian Bernard for Sam Pollitt Racing. Raced in that morning last year as well. Noting though, he's in the normal Sam Pollitt Racing livery now for the start of 2026. Hello to Tiago, who's cheering on, I should say, Jamie Richards. Jamie starts 22nd in this one of the noted privateers in this category. Always great to see the privateers coming through. And Jamie's got a good amount of experience on board his Ellen kart. Hello to Ellie as well, cheering on Miles. We're coming into in the Mike Wilson complex. We should note as well, obviously, the news over the off-season. Mike will always be remembered around this place. And what can these young drivers do then in the start of this junior Rotax program for the day? That's looking better at the second time of asking. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap then. Looked like Jameson got the initial shot, but in the end it's going to be Cian Bernard who leads through and onto the bowl for the first time. I think we have made it through. Benjamin Jones has not taken the start of this race. At least that's what the information, the commentary position is being shown to us right now. Apart from that, I think everyone has got through the first sector on lap 1, looking pretty good. This is going to get busy down into hairpin 1. See a couple of the X-Kart runners in the middle there. 219 of Jacob Aston is making good progress in the early stages of this race. Cian Bernard is one spinner, half spinner. No, that is now a full spinner towards the back of the field through and out of hairpin number 2. We'll try and track who that was in a moment. I think Pascal Cosman has had a problem in the early stages of this race. Has had 2 first sectors, not as speedy as everybody else. Stanley Stafford, I think, also was delayed through sector number 1. It might have been Tobias Johns who spanned through sector number 2 there. So end of the first lap then. Bernard leads from Jameson. Good start for Connor Large as well. Large up to P3 for Strawberry Racing. Tom Reed, Zach Turner, Harry Holland, your top 6 at the end of that first lap. And Harry Holland potentially with a bit of help from his Zip Factory team teammate Theo Bradshaw. Theo Bradshaw's had a really good start, up 7 places to P7. I think that was Harry Holland getting up over the curb on the entry onto the bridge. Blake Southern has had a good start as well, up 6 spots. as down the inside there for the MLC Motorsport team. That's Oliver Fabricius, who was in 8th place. That should be him up to P7 now. Good stuff indeed. Good scrapping as well through sector number 2. The Zips fighting back there. And it looks like Bradshaw in the bright yellow and red helmet has made his way through into P6. And yes, indeed, does now have his teammate Harry Holland in the white Arai helmet there directly behind P7. Keep an eye out for Lorenzo Bilal there as well in the 310. Racing for Strawberry Racing. Oh, big move down the inside there from Fabricius. I think that was one from Fabricius that was almost defend to attack at the same time. My goodness me, you don't often see 3 drivers side by side through that corner end in a good way, but it did on that occasion, so well done to everybody involved. Stanley Stafford has had a 3-second penalty this early in the race. That would indicate some form of start infringement. Normally, it's something along the lines of jumping out of the tram lines down the pit straight a little bit too early. Oh dear! As round goes Harry Holland. Gets going again. Loses oh, it's going to be more. I was about to say 7 or 8 positions. It's going to be more than that now. That's a real shame for Harry Holland after a bright start. He's going to have to do that hard work all over again. Just looking further down the order, who's making their way up the field? We mentioned Blake Southern. Likes the slippery conditions here at PF. The Dan Holland Racing driver still in the 100, up 7 places. As here's a good battle involving the 265 of Kevin Ivanov. Kevin, another driver who stepped up into the junior ranks. Had a lot of good results back in his Honda Cadet days, particularly around this circuit, so good to see us there. Was that Blake Southern moving down the inside? Yes, it was, in the 100 with the white helmet with the grey and red details. Blake, who's racing for the Rotax racing team last year, stepped up through the arrive and drive rank. Quite a few drivers in junior Rotax here today who've come up through the Motorsport UK karting pathway. And up from arrive and drive series such as Club 100. 3 minutes and 35 of this race to go. A lot's been going on as 3 wide coming off of the bridge. There's one of the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis coming through, going wheel to wheel with one of the Jack Dex Racing machines. So that was Jackson Lane in the 157. I think going wheel to wheel with Harvey Sargison in the 111. And Harry Holland as well started to fight his way back up through the order after that spin earlier on. So yes, not a good moment that Harry had that problem and ended up facing the wrong way, but he's clearly got good race pace here today at PF. Nice move there from Holland. Gets back ahead of Jackson Lane in the 157. Number 21 of Samuel Aston on your screens. So this is all again around 10th down to 15th place going on right now. Here once again Ivanov having a look at Harry Holland for 12th place to be exact. So a little bit lower than the top 10. Further down the order, who's making good progress? Alex Shepherd for Team Evolution up 8 spots into the top 15. So it's actually going to be part of this group just towards the back of that initial quartet. Oliver Peters, also for Team Evolution, up 5 spots to 19th as Ivanov goes side by side with Jackson Lane down towards hairpin number 1. And there is the number 60 on your screens. Sorry, the 50 of Matthew So. Matthew, another one of those aforementioned drivers coming up through from the arrive and drive ranks. Do often use the Rotax power units. That's why you see quite a lot of them coming over into junior Rotax, because they've got that familiarity with the power units already before they get into the complexities of owner karting. I should just mention as well, Adam Churchak up 7 spots to P22, and John Richardson as well for global karting up 9 as there's a scrap involving Alex Shepherd. So we mentioned that Alex Shepherd was coming up through the field. Here we're going wheel to wheel with Kevin Ivanov in the 265. Less than 90 seconds to go then. Keane Bernard looking quite comfortable at the moment. Out front high, 2.75 seconds from Fletcher Jameson, kind of large third. It's that top three that have held those positions from the very start of the race. Good morning and hello to Susan Woodward, who's from our latest member here on SlipStream. A bit of wheel banging there going on into hairpin number 1. Number 27 of Jack Beasley having a tough time out there. Adam Churchek coming through in the 122. Harvey Sargison in the 111 gains a spot out of that as well. Here is a change for second place. Connor Large then has got through past Fletcher Jameson. I had a little watch of Connor's racing a few weeks ago at Shennington, and in the brief amount of racing that we had that day, got to say Connor looks good. He just looks in a very good state of mind and body language out on track for the start of the season. So good to see that he's continued that on here into this Icebreaker Cup to get things going at PF International 2026. 5-second penalty for Blake Southern, so that's going to move Blake down at the moment as things stand from 10th place. Probably back down into that 13th, 14th Jackson Lane, Kevin Ivanov region. Should just mention as well, Lucian Smith has gone purple through sector number 1. So another driver, we often see this with the juniors or new juniors at this stage of the year. I always say it, the inter to junior or the mini to junior step is the hardest. More power, a lot more power, much bigger cars than what they've experienced up to that point. And you do sometimes see drivers who are very strong at mini and inter-level, as that's a nice move down the inside from Zach Turner, gets past Tom Reed and into 4th place. And Tom Reed is another example of those drivers stepping up to juniors this year. Give it 3 or 4 months, and that'll be a true reflection of how they've taken to the junior machinery, because there's a lot to learn. We're on the final lap, by the way. Cian Bernard, well, he had that move a little bit earlier. He had that move last year of stepping up into the junior ranks. Helped a little bit in 2024. Was the United Kingdom representative in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, whilst he was still running as an inter in his UK competition. He did get that sample of junior competition a year earlier, and it's a big year for Cian Bernard. A lot of eyes on him to potentially be one of the not just club level front runners in 2026, but potentially one of the national front runners going into this new season. And well, with the first question asked in a racing capacity of could he take this one from pole position in these slippery conditions, Cian Bernard is going to answer with a 10 out of 10 response and take this first heat in Junior Rotax. A nice simple run through his second heat will get him high the grid for the A final later on today. Bernard wins heat 1 pretty comfortably in the end. 4 seconds clear of Connor Large. Fletcher Jameson P3. Great to see for Jax Motorsport. They'll be very pleased with that effort. Zach Turner 4th, Tom Reed 5th, Theo Bradford. Good drive there from Theo. Up 8 places for the Zip Factory team. Lorenzo Brunel. I've seen Lorenzo race out in Europe, I want to say. But again, back in smaller machinery. Good effort there for Strawberry Racing. Up 4 places to P7. Oliver Fabricius put that great move in earlier on in the race. Gets top 10 as a result out of that. Blake Southern 9th on the road, but remember 5-second penalty. All of these results are provisional, of course, by the way. So that 5 seconds will drop Blake down to 12th, just ahead of Kevin Ivanov. Lucian Smith completes the top 10. Rest of the order then, Teddy Cooper, Harry Holland, Kevin Ivanov, Jackson Lane and Alex Shepherd. Sam Aston, John Richardson, Adam Churchek, Harvey Sargison, Jack Beasley, all in the top 20. Oliver Peters, Jacob Aston, Matthew So, Pascu, Reras, Cosman Pascu, Tobias Johns. That takes us down to 25th. Decent drive from JJ Plowman there as well, up 7 spots to 26th ahead of the X-Karts, number 11 of Isaac Jameson. Jamie Richards, P28. Ethan Guest, another driver. This is Ethan's first race in owners at PF, so lots to learn in the number 41 there, P29 on that occasion. Elliot Smith, the first of the novices, P30 ahead of Kieran Hundle. Stanley Stafford had issues in that one, was the last of the finishers. Benjamin Jones did not take the start. We stick with Junior Rotax. That is Heat 1 done. Heat 2 up next. So the next race on our schedule is Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. So this will be the other half of the field. So if we didn't talk about them in the previous race, we're going to talk about them now. Same story twice. Let's take you through the grid for this one. So Charlie Wolford and Luca Holmes-Ballack, that's your front row. Sebastian Clark and Joe Neal, row 2. Erin Unludagan and Louis Radcliffe will start on row number 3. Emerson McAnder-Uren, last year's Inter champion in various places, starts this one on row 4 alongside Riley Murrow, another driver moving up from Minimax 2025. Harrison Bishop and Marcel Popical there on row 10. Good qualifying there from Marcel for the Cato Motorsport team. Ryan Rapini and Ronnie Smart, that's row 6. Benjamin Lawn and Miles Burton, they go from row number 7. Aston Brown and Jacob Underhill will start on row number 8 for this one. Row 9, Devin Taylor and Sam Kohler. Aidan Clark for the Dan Holland Racing team is joined by James Fabricius for the MLC team on row number 10. It's then an all Sam Pollitt Racing row 11, Harry Radcliffe and Jensen Walker. Hakeem Bartz and Charlie Condy, they go from row 12. Harry Harvey and Peter Lee, they go from row 13. Arthur Murfitt and Molly Mitten on row 14. Ralph Rakaitis and Finley M. Cass on row 15. Miles Cleworth and Josh Cormack go from row 16. Josh Cormack, another driver moving up from Minimax to Junior Rotax. If my silly old memory remembers correctly, Josh Cormack was a British Championships round winner here at PF at the back end of the 2025 Minimax season. So it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Again, that's the agenda for all of these heats. Can Gold Chain Charlie get things off to the best possible start? Well, that looked pretty good. That's the perfect run from pole position, but there's drama in the background. Was that the 2:22 going round? No, I don't think it was. But we'll mark through who it was in the moment. A triple-digit number at the end of a 3 wide into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Well, that doesn't really work in dry conditions, never mind slippery early February conditions. But down the pit straight, very busy in the second half of the field, coming off of the bridge. Down towards hairpin number 1 as well. You can see lots of people trying to get the curb to hook themselves around the corner. Everybody else going around the far side. That's where the grip is at the moment. So Peter Lee had problems in the first sector. Has not come through it yet. I think we talked about a 3-digit number having a bit of a spin. Yes, I think it was Luca Holmes-Ballack in the 2:28. That would check out. I thought it was a Strawberry Racing livery. And yeah, Luca Holmes-Ballack is running, but lost about 6 or 7 seconds through the first sector. So the 2:28 is going to be fired up now to looking to come back up through the order. So, end of the first lap. Charlie Wolford leads this one from Emerson McAnder-Uren. Emerson, who, I want to say, had something like many tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals last year. Went on to be British champion as well, and of course won the GP plate for Minimax in 2025 here as well. It's going to be a driver with a lot of eyes on him this year. He says it is always a huge test of a driver, their ability, not just for right now, but going forward as well. How quickly can they get on top of some new machinery? As there was an attempt. I think that was Louis Radcliffe. Yes, it was, in the number 82. Tried to go for a move down the inside of Joe Neal and Erin Unludagan. Nearly pulled it off as well. It stays right now in 7th place. There is a battle that we saw many times in 2025, Morrow versus Macandrew Uren. Just looks a bit different now that they're both up into juniors. Oh, beautiful move there by Emerson. Switch back on Morrow. And well, I think both of them have been nipped by Sebastian Clark on that last lap. Yes, they have. So Sebastian Clark in the mix of things has got past both of the front runners from Minimax last year. Takes second place. That is a beautiful gift, though, for Charlie Wolford. Charlie Wolford, who had a really, really strong end to the year in 2025 in Junior Rotax. And should note as well, he's another one who's changed teams. So he's now with Dan Holland Racing. Could be a real force in 2026 in this category. Has got himself now with one of the most successful teams in British karting over the past decade in this category. That is going to be quite a force to be reckoned with. Penalties coming in, or just the one penalty at the moment. The number 43 of Miles Burton, plus 3 seconds. Again, that's going to be some form of start infringement. Oh, that looked a little bit close into hairpin number 2. And it looked close out of hairpin number 2 as well. I think Ronnie Smart, judging by the decals, may have been involved in all of that. I think it was a Jack's Motorsport machine in the middle there. So Charlie Conley there on board the Sodi Vitesse. Up 6 places so far in this race. As this is a close scrap once again. Devin Taylor trying to fight through there. Oh dear, is Charlie Conley a bit slow through the middle of the Mike Wilson complex then? Was that Jacob Underhill? No, it wasn't Jacob Underhill. Jacob Underhill's a lot further up the order than this battle. I think it was might have been Josh Cormack on the move. Josh Cormack, your biggest mover right now, up 16 places to 16th. So from that first half of the race, your big movers are Cormack, as mentioned, Underhill up 6. Aidan Clark's had a good start as well. Good to see for the number 31 Dan Holland Racing Machine, up 8 spots to 11th. Harry Radcliffe, as expected, also moving up the order. Another driver with good experience in Sam Pollitt Racing Awning, up 6 spots and into the top 15. Warning for Devin Taylor in the 114. These are all drivers just inside the top 10 right now. The 234 of Marcel Poppercall there in the white helmet and the white and silver suit. Number 56 of Ryan Rapini. Ryan, another one of those drivers who's moved up through the Arrive and Drive ranks, and he might be joined by another one in a moment, as there's Erin Luddigan having a battle with Jacob Underhill. We saw Jacob here last year for a run in Kart Masters. That again was in the inter categories. It's the first time that Jacob has been racing here at PF in the juniors. And having a really, really good start to this race. Is now up, well, that's going to be 7 places for Jacob. Another driver running out of the Japdex Racing awning. Bends over to the middle of the road, but Luddigan's going to have a look down the inside. It's going to be a switch back here for Underhill. Yes, there is good racing through hairpin number 1. We're going to be joined now by Aidan Clark there. Aidan in the number 31. Jacob Underhill trying to find his way around the outside. Will get good pace off of hairpin number 2. Crossover before the Fullerton S's. I like to see that. Good stuff from the juniors, this. Proper racing. Clark takes that position. Got a good run out of the Fullerton S's. Benjamin Lawn now in the mix as well, in the 185 in the bright yellow helmet. Oh, good stick down the inside there from Benjamin Lawn. And gets 2 positions, gets both Clark and Unludigan. I do rate Benjamin Lawn's reading of a race situation. I've had the pleasure of watching Benjamin race for a good number of years, and really likes to work on his racecraft. His reading of a situation, knowing when to go for a move, when to hold back. And that was showing there for the Coles Racing driver, up to P9. 60 seconds of this one to go then. Charlie Wolford looking in control. Has got 2.5 seconds in his back pocket to Sebastian Clark. A couple more penalties have come in, one of them to Luca Holmes-Ballack, so there's been a bit of a race to forget for Luca Holmes-Ballack. Oh, good stick down the inside there from Charlie Conley. Don't often see in these conditions a driver be able to get the kart stopped like that, but oh no, that's not so good for Charlie. Contact for a moment there with the 257 of Aston Brown. That was out of hairpin number 2. Again, unfortunate. You can see that happen quite a lot here in these wet conditions. Those converging lines out of a corner like that, and around went Aston Brown was running in 15th place. There's Luca Holmes-Ballack. So right now, Luca Holmes-Ballack with that 5-second penalty. Well, he wouldn't actually lose in too many positions because the field has got quite spread out, understandably, in these conditions. The 88 of Arthur Murfitt has also got a 5-second penalty. And I think the 110, if we've not mentioned already, had a penalty from the start. That's Molly Mizzen for the Pro Train team. Here's your race leader. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Juniors back out late today. They will be back out around 11:45 for the Junior Rotax drivers. Don't forget we've got Junior X30 as well. Junior X30 will be out at 11:15 and then 1:15, all being well, on our schedule at PF. So final lap board about to be shown then to Charlie Wolfert. Got to say, Sebastian Clark's pace probably not going to be enough to get him the win in this one, but has been pretty good these last few laps. Has trimmed that lead down. It was around 2.5 seconds. It's now 1.8 seconds. That's something to put in the info store for later on in the day. Josh Cormack just over the line there. Now 20 positions gained for Josh Cormack. Reason for Josh Cormack being towards the back of the order, I'll admit I'm not quite sure. I think he just had a problem in qualifying that meant he didn't get a full lap, and he had a 1:11 as his time qualifying performance yesterday, but that was clearly not reflective of his true pace. So we'll keep an eye on Cormack later on today. We'll keep an eye on this young man as well, Charlie Wolfert. We talked a lot in 2025 about how important experience in Junior Rotax was, particularly for the likes of Jacob Ashcroft. I think a lot of drivers who lost to Jacob Ashcroft have looked at that going into 2026, including this man. Charlie Wolfert announces himself on the stage for this new Junior Rotax season with a win in Heat 1 at the Icebreaker Cup. Easy as that. Sebastian Clark P2, Emerson McAndrew Renholm P3. Will be Riley Morrow and Marcel Poppercall 4th and 5th. Good drive there from Marcel. Up 5 spots. Joe Neal as well. Didn't talk, unfortunately, about Joe too much in that race, but a really solid drive. 6th place for Thule Motorsports. Ryan Rapini, Benjamin Lord, Jacob Underhill, Aidan Clark. That is your top 10. Erin Ludigan in 11th. Josh Cormack, biggest mover, up 20 to 12th. Ahead of Miles Burton, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Charlie Condy. That's the top 15. Harrison Bishop, Harry Radcliffe. Devin Taylor, Sam Cole and Jensen Walker take us down to 20th place. Ahead of Ronnie Smart, Miles Cleworth, Molly Mizzen, Hakeem Bart, Finley Cass. That's taking us to 25th. Ralph Fakaitis, Louis Radcliffe, Peter Lee, Harry Harvey, Arthur Murfitt, and Aston Brown. Your 31 finishers in that one. James Fabricius did 1 lap and will be classified and given points for 32nd. So the drivers for Junior Rotax, as we mentioned, will be back out on schedule at 11:45, if I've got my eyes plugged in today. Yes, they will. That'll be for Heat 3 and then 12 o'clock for Heat number 4. And then remember, this is a category that will have a B final later on today as well. That will be at 1:45. That'll be the first race. That'll be a members-only race, because if you're joining us today, this is something a little bit new. This is a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. If you want to watch every single part of today, sign up now, become a member, hit that join button down below. Right, so we're done with Rotax for now. We've had 1 heat of Senior Rotax, 2 heats of Junior as well. In fact, no, I tell a lie. We're going to stay with Rotax categories for a moment. I knew something was not quite reading right there. Minimax 950 will be out next. Minimax 950 then up next for the first of their two heats. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Otis Cleary will start on pole position. Austin Noman alongside on the front row. Oscar Kenny, Logan Rolfe, that is row number 2. Benedictus Masiokas moving up to Minimax for 2026 is on row 3 alongside Maria Roberto. Great qualifying there from Maria. Evan Meller, Jensen Sale, that's row 4. Hugo McCluskey and Dimi Uzanov on row 5. Chloe McGill, another driver stepping up from Micros, is on row 6 alongside teammate Ted Hayward for Sam Pollitt Racing. Luke Millward and Lewis Herbertson's row 7. Noah Wicklow and Riley Blakemore, last year's Honda Cadet British champion, are on row 8. It's Eddie Duncan and Dexter Petty, row 9. Teddy Murphy and Ivan Janishevich on row 10. Jackson Hilton, Adam Bart, that's row 11. Findlay Beals, James Devereaux on row 12. Row 13, Hugo Torpy and Freddie Blackshaw. Lewis Kirkcaldy, another driver stepping up through the ranks. I've seen Lewis race for a couple of years, back from his Bambino days. He's on row 14 alongside William Moore. Row 15, Thomas Laidler and Theo Freya are on row 15. Ethan Manzi and Jensen Skeffington go from row 16. Now, there's been a lot of support for Jensen in the chat. Finley Fawkes and Joshua Cook on row 17. Jack Hill completes the 35-strong field. So once again here for Minimax 950 heat number 1. 8 minutes plus 1 lap to get things going. And we are green on the lights. We are racing. Good start for Otis Cleary. Austin Oman just holding back a little bit there. Will lose positions through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. Good run through the bowl there. Busy field this. I don't think we've got Joshua Cook running in this one. I've just noted on our timing systems that at least the transponder related to Joshua Cook is not running round, just in case it's one of those situations, but more than likely I don't think Cook is racing here today. Austin Oman having some problems there. Number 6 national seed from last year. Losing positions through hairpin number 1. As spin at hairpin number 2, and everybody's going to have to respond to that. Now, where did that start? I want to say that started from around 15th, 16th place. And we'll track it through in a moment. Oh, good start for Evan Meller, the number 17. I want to say, where did Evan start? Evan started P7. I think he's up to, what's that, P4, P5 already. Is Austin Oman now fighting back, as I thought he might do. Maria Roberto there as well in the 152 for KR Sport. Apologies, Evan. As soon as I mentioned that Evan had a good start, he's just lost 3 positions there in the space of a few corners. So, end of the first lap, Cleary leads. Oscar Keddy, good start. Logan Rolfe, good start as well, up to P3. Austin Oman, after those early problems, is back up to P4. Roberto is the top 5 right now. Masiokas, Mella, Sale, Uzanov and Hayward all top 10. Eddie Duncan up 6 places on that first race. That first lap of the race, I should say. Jackson Hilton as well up 8 spots. So a number of drivers in that middle part of the pack making good progress. Might have been Riley Blakemore, who was our early spinner. Riley's lost 11 positions. Hugo McCluskey as well lost 22 and is outside the top 30. A very good morning to Maisie Creek. Morning, Maisie. Hope you're doing well. And Maisie's just signed up for a SlipStream pass. Easier for me to say. That means Maisie will be able to watch all of the racing today, including the finals, as a member of the new initiative. And if you're not able to join, don't worry, don't have to. You will be able to watch all of the finals in the second week of the broadcast being up on YouTube. So another advantage of being a member, you get that 7-day exclusivity period to enjoy the action from PF here today. So 5 minutes of this one to go. There's been a change for third that we should note. Austin Owen has got past Logan Rolfe. Good gap, though, for Otis Cleary. This is quite a statement at the start of the season. Maria Roberto having a look there at Benedictas Masiokas. Masiokas, another driver who's changed teams. He's with the SFR Motorsport team for that campaign in Micromax last year. Very, very nearly ended up with a British Championship at this very circuit. Just lost out to Dean Singh Bahal at the very last race of the season. It's still a very accomplished run through the course of 2025. And that was all in around 5th place with Maria Roberto. Good morning to George Palozzi as well. Good morning, George. Cheering on Maria Roberto. Picking up there the number 48 of Oscar Kenny. And the number 33 of Logan Rolfe as well. Logan, who had a really good 2025 as well. Was an international karting winner at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, if I remember correctly. It's the start of the year, folks. The brain's still a little bit fuzzy. Into the second half of this one, though. We need to keep an eye on Jackson Hilton. Jackson Hilton, number 45, Dan Holland Racing Machine. It's up 10 places so far in this race. It's your biggest mover up to P11. There's a little look there. Oscar Kenny goes Logan Rolfe. Should note as well that and through goes Rolfe. So capitalises on the little mistake there from Kenny. Bit too much speed on corner entry, slid out wide. Rolfe just kept the low line and got the grip off of hairpin number 1. Now sits about trying to chase down Austin Owen. Austin Owen has been able to get back up to second place. It doesn't look like the number 6 seed has got the pace to catch up to Otis Cleary right now. A little bit further back in the field. That looked to be all around 15th, 16th place. Teddy Murphy, Adam Bart, Adam racing for the KMS Motorsport team. As one of our novices there, Jack Hill, number 28. 3 novices in this category. Finley Fawkes, Jensen Skeffington, and the aforementioned Hill. Running P31, 32 and 33 at the moment. And of course, being on novice place, they have to start these heats from the back. So we'll see how they can develop across the course of the day. Let's have a look at this battle for 5th place then. Masiokas there in the Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. Has now got Jensen Sale for company. Maria Roberto still running there in solidly in the top 10. This is a good start for Maria. A good example of where... Oh, a spin there! Oh, that's Jack Hill, one of the novices. Just perhaps getting caught out there by the leaders coming through. Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame, but that's part of learning. That's part of the sport of karting. Apologies, I mentioned that Sale was behind Masiokas and everybody did his service there. So Masiokas has got past Kenny. So Masiokas now up to 4th place ahead of Kenny. Roberto's still there in 6th. Sale still there in 7th. So apologies for that. Jackson Hilton is now up into the top 10 as well. That's 11 places now gained by Jackson Hilton. Just over a minute of this race to go. Otis Cleary looking in full control right now. The main battles are going to be for the minor positions in the top 10. So Owen leads this train for 2nd backwards towards and through the Fullerton S's. Further down the order, just to mention Teddy Murphy having a decent run here, up 5 places to P14. Freddie Blackshaw up 6 spots and into the top 20. Everybody will make it through to the A final in this one. No threat of a B final cut-off for this single grid. just to mention as well, I think unfortunately we lost Hugo Torpy in the early stages of this race as well. Hugo just is not clocking around the circuit for R1 Racing. So Hugo in the number 16, hopefully we'll see back out again later on in the day. So Cleary still leads this one by nearly 4 seconds ahead of Austin Oman. Logan Rolfe P3. Benedictas Masiokas has just gone purple through sector number 1. Running in 4th place right now. Oscar Kenny P5, Maria Roberto, Jensen Sale, Eddie Duncan, Evan Meller, and Jackson Hilton all in the top 10. 5-second penalty has come in for the 164 of Hugo McCluskey. In a tough race for Hugo. He was delayed on lap number 1. Had got back up to 27th place, but now drops back down again. Good scrap this. This is for 2nd place, Austin Oman and Logan Rolfe. Logan now with the KR Sport team. Looking to have a big season. And they know they're not going to be able to fight for a race win here unless something steps into their lucky pot, something like a post-race change. Down towards hairpin number 1. Can Rolfe make the move in? Might try and go around the outside here, but Oman's covered that off really, really well. But Rolfe's got good pace off of hairpin number 1. We saw him do a move like this earlier on in this heat. And Masiokas is still there as well, hoping for a way to get through. Masiokas cuts to the inside, 3 wide off of hairpin 2. Austin Oman's going to have to try and cover that off. I don't think he's going to be able to do so. Masiokas down the inside, good racing. Classic mini-max racing here at PF. And Benedictas Masiokas read that brilliantly. Logan Rolfe cuts back to the inside through Bobby Game Corner. It's going to be switchback now for Masiokas into the Mike Wilson complex. Nearly a double switchback there for Rolfe. Oman down the inside. Otis Cleary takes the race win. But what a great battle for 2nd place at the end of this race. Cleary takes it. Super run there. P2 is going to go the way of Masiokas. Masiokas takes it. I like that. That was good, confident, wise driving from Benedictas Masiokas. That's already showing progress from where he was last year. Austin Oman 3rd, Logan Rolfe 4th, Jensen Sale 5th, Maria Roberto top 6. Good result there from the driver of the 152 KR Sports. Eddie Duncan, nice under the radar performance there from Eddie, up 10 spots to P7, ahead of Evan Meller. Oscar Kenny, and then your biggest mover in that race with 11 positions gained was Jackson Hilton. Noah Wicklow over the line for MJR Racing, up 4 spots to 11. Dimi Uzanov, Ted Hayward, Luke Millward and Teddy Murphy all in the top 15. Lewis Herbertson, Chloe McGill, Riley Blakemore, Adam Bart and even Janicjevic all in the top 20. Ethan Manzi also had a good race, up 10 spots to 21st. Dexter Petty, Theo Farrer, Freddie Blackshaw and Finley Beals all in the top 25. William Moore, Hugo McCluskey, James Devereaux, Lewis Cacoldi and Thomas Laidler take us down to 30th. And the 3 novices in that one, Jensen Skeffington, Finley Fawkes and Jack Hill. So that's Minimax done for now. Minimax heat number 2 is due out at 12:15. But do stick with us here with your Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. We'll move on in a short moment's time to the last of our categories in the Rotax ladder. Micromax is up next. So let's take you through the grid then for Micromax UK. This is the first heat for them today. Another big grid, 32 drivers in total for this one, and Freddie Walker will start this one from pole position. Hendricks fell out alongside on the front row. Benjamin Schlivard. Benjamin's doing a lot of racing early part of this year. He was out in Dubai a couple of weeks ago. Starts on row 2 alongside Wraith Owen. Arlo Gamble and Jane Prakash go from row number 3. Row 10. Rudyard Sakawat on row 11 is joined by Jensen Drummond, Rio Pocock and Logan Edwards on row 12. Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy row 13. Ralph Ewer and Lanny Eden on row number 14. Row 15, Jack Dundee and Ollie Woodall. Archie Gupta and Aurelia Simpson on row 16. Ottilie Simpson completes the 33-strong field. 3 novices in this one as well. Jack Gould, Jensen Drummond and Jack Dundee. Apologies, I mentioned earlier that they started from the back of the grid. Of course, they don't with the time qualifying system. So Jack Gould starting 15th is the highest novice in this one. Novices at the back would have been the case if it was a random grid allocation, but it's not here today. All of these grids determined by TQ yesterday for the Icebreaker Cup. So then, youngest drivers in the Rotax categories here. I don't think this is going to be a race start. Nope. False start, so we'll go round again. Does give the drivers a little chance to get fully up to speed or materials up to temperature. Hello to Dirk, who's tuned in. It's good to be back. Good to be back for another year. And hello to Christian Coe as well. Hello, Christian. Hope you're doing well, mate. Cheering on some of his fellow drivers in this one. So if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the Icebreaker Cup, brought to you by Trent Valley Karts Club here at PF International for our first ever Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. If you want to be with us through the whole day, hit that join button below. And a little tip as well, I am a man from the north, I don't like spending money. If you're on an Apple device, don't join on an Apple device, because for some bizarre reason there is an Apple tax where you have to pay £3 more a month, and we don't get that £3 a month. Somebody else does. So if you're going to sign up and you want the best value, do it through a device that is anything but Apple. There you go. There's Northerner tip for the day. 8 minutes plus 1 lap in this one as well. And again, everybody's going to make it through to the final here, so no worries about cut-offs or anything of that description. So fingers crossed, our Micro Maxers get this right at the second time of asking. Quick run out of the final corner. Yep, we're green, we're racing here in Micro Max UK. Down towards the Fullerton S's then. Quite well behaved through the Fullerton S's, good to see. Freddie Walker's had a good start there in the blue, purple and white colours of KR Sport. There is a yellow flag out just at the back end of the bridge, which normally means that someone has spun through the bowl. We'll try and work that out in a few moments' time. I don't think we've got Jack Dundee in this race. No timing info coming in from Jack's number 88 machine. Down towards hairpin number 1. Oh, that's looking busy in there with our Micro Maxers, but I tell you what, they're all making it through at the moment. I've been really impressed with the driving standards so far today. A few drivers off towards the back of the field, but that's okay. Oh, I think we've lost Wraith Owen. Wraith's not come through sector number 1. Jack Gould's not come through sector number 1. Milo Taylor and Elliot Hitch may also be in trouble. Now on a gloomy, rainy, drizzly, cloudy, wintry day, I've got to say, I do like a good bright kart livery. We're not going to miss Benjamin Schlivar today in that bright green machine. Very easy for commentators to call. 6 minutes and 30 seconds of this race to go then. Oh, problems towards the back of the field. The 221 of Logan Edwards from the RCE machine has gone round. There's also a driver on the bridge. I think that's the 31 of Wraith Owen. Wraith is safe to driver's right, but is now already a lap down, so is not going to be able to continue on in this race, unfortunately. Good gains on the first lap. Oliver Woodall up 13 places to 17th. Tommy Lovejoy has gained as well, up 8 to 18th. So keep an eye on those drivers in the middle of the pack. Here's a good scrap at the front of the field. Walker, Fallat, Crawford, as mentioned. Sebastian Crawford for Origin Motorsport was the fastest driver in warm-up this morning. Conditions haven't changed too much. They're in the 121s right now in terms of times earlier on today, 122s, 123s. So the circuit has got marginally better than since the start of the race, start of the day, I should say, with those warm-ups. But Crawford, either way, looking well suited to these conditions. Is a national seeded driver, of course, with that single-digit number on the front of the Origin kart. Going to be trying to deal with Freddie Walker now in the number 13. Just to mention another driver coming through the field, Kai Surrey. Kai is up 8 places in this race, now running P9. I've got to say, really happy to see a big grid of Micromax drivers at the start of this season. A lot of these drivers, so we've got our 2 or 3 drivers who are on novice place, but still, a lot of the drivers here, this is still very early in their racing careers. Maybe even be the first time they've raced in front of SlipStream cameras. Brought to you by My Alpha Live. There's number 72 looking for a little move. Arlo Gamble. Arlo raced in the National Championships last year as the number 22 of William Hatton, also looking to gain through all of that. Couple of penalties coming in. One of them is going to be a start infringement for the number 68 of Cian Hay. Cian is running P6 at the moment, so at least is at the front of the field. That penalty might not affect too much by the time. Oh, big slide for Freddie Walker, who has lost the lead. So Sebastian Crawford's got through. Freddie Walker nearly lost P2 there as well out of the final turn, but held on to it nicely. Yeah, so Cian might not lose too many positions, because by the time this race is finished and the field is spread out, 3 seconds can sometimes be the gap between one car to the next. The 5 seconds for the number 15 of Hendrik Fallat, though, that might have more of a bearing. Those extra 2 seconds can be quite costly. Number 26 is also under investigation as well. That is going to be Rajib Pratap Sakhawat for the MLC team. So Rajib Pratap currently running in 18th place. So it's calmed down at the front of the field then. Crawford from Walker, Fallat, Prakash and Schlivar. Jayan Prakash, who had a good couple of years in Honda Cadet, so is still in cadet categories, but steps into the Rotax ladder now, and this is a really good start for Jayan Prakash. Jane's also had a team change, was with the Ambition Motorsport team, of course. Paul Janes, as here's a battle for second place. Hendrik Fallat down the inside has got through, whether Freddie Walker likes it or not. The number 15 is on the charge and up to P2, especially as they can both see Sebastian Crawford. Oh dear, as one of the RCEs is out. That is the number 69, or was the number 69, of Caden Hanley. So Caden's had a problem there. Richardson chassis engineering effort. Very good platform to be on, of course. That's the same platform that Dean Singh Pahal won the British Championship in this category with at the end of 2025. But the good news is Caden's okay. Oh, little kick of the kart there. Naughty kart out of the race with 2 minutes of the race to go. Further down the order, who's making good progress? We always like to note this in the middle of one of these races. Oliver Woodall, 16 places gained for Oliver. Oliver, who had a couple of runs out in the National Championships last year, is using his experience to good effect. Up to P14, and Archie Gupta as well. Good to see Archie back racing. He's with the MLC team, and Archie has gained 12 places in this race right now. It's up to P19. So 1 minute to go. Crawford in full control of this one. 1 minute 20.18 last time around, new fastest lap of the race, and is currently more than a second a lap faster than everybody else. So this has been a really good performance from Origin Motorsport. Sizable gaggle of drivers coming round onto the bridge now. I think this might be the battle further down the order involving the number 22 of William Hatton. So yeah, this is all around just outside the top 10. But 57 in there of Ronnie Allen. Oh, cut to the inside there. Was that the 127 of Bobby Slater? Yes, it was. So, oh, Slater spins. Oh, that's really easy to do. Just got on that inside line. I wonder if the track's getting to that point where the normal racing line isn't dry, but it's a little bit less moisture than the rest of it. You step to the inside, it's really easy to snatch a break like that. But Bobby Slater in with Fusion Motorsport. We are on the final lap now, or we will be in a moment's time. This is was the battle for 12th place. So Crawford comfortably out front right now. How is the battle for second place getting on? Still pretty close, isn't it? With Falat still in there in P2. Freddie Walker P3. Jane Prakash 4th. Benjamin Schlivar off the back of this group at the moment, but you never know if these three have an issue on this final lap. Benjamin Schlivar could still get some more points on the board here. Oh no! Falat spins! Oh, Hendricks Falat spins on the last lap, gets going again. Only loses 4 or 5 places. Oh, that's a real shame for Hendricks Falat. I wonder if he just clipped the white line on driver's right-hand side. Sebastian Crawford, though, this is a great run for Sebastian Crawford. Looking to have a good season, and this is a great way to start it. Sebastian Crawford for Origin Motorsport comes out of the final corner and takes the win then. So we'll see Sebastian Crawford looking to gain pole position later on today. It's another big margin of victory as well, 4 seconds again, this time over Freddie Walker. Jayan Prakash, 3rd place. Great run for Jayan Prakash there for Sam Pollitt Racing, continuing his growing list of plaudits in cadet karting. Benjamin Schlivar P4, Jensen Tarlow P5, Hendricks Falat in the end 6th place in that one. Still a good result for Hendricks. It could have been a lot worse. That could have happened on lap 1. It could have fallen all the way down the order, and they'll have learned something from that. Cian Hayes 7th, Arlo Gamble 8th, Lenny Barton and Heath Smith all in the top 10. Kai Suri 11th, Ronnie Allen, William Hatton, Will Wainwright and Rio Pocock all in the top 15. Good drive there from Rio as well, in number 66, up 8 places. Another of the Origin Motorsport drivers having a strong showing into the top 15. Bobby Slater, despite that little spin, still gained 2 places from where he started. Finishes P16. Tommy Lovejoy up 9 to 17. Junior Wright, Rajya Pratap, Sakawat in 19th place ahead of Oliver Woodall. That was your biggest mover, Oliver Woodall, up 10 places to 20th. Logan Edwards, Archie Gupta, Jensen Drummond, Ralph Ewer, Aurelia Simpson, Lanny Eden and Ottilie Simpson, the 27 finishers. Caden Hanley we saw out of the race on lap 3. And then Rafe Owen, Jack Gould, Milo Taylor and Elliot Hitch all, unfortunately, did not complete the first lap. Right, that is Rotax done for now. Micromax will be back out at 12:45 for their second heat. We'll change things a little bit now as we roll into race number 6, heat number 1 for Water Swift. Welcome back, everybody. It's for the Icebreaker Cup here at PF International for your first ever Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. If you want to be with us for the whole day today or within the next 7 days, you can join and become a member of the Slipstream community down below. If you can't join us today, or don't want to join us today, that's perfectly fine. You will still be able to watch all of the races on the channel in due course after the 7-day exclusivity period. So let's move into Water Swift. Water Swift over the last few years has been a very competitive category. I've often talked about with British classes of Water Swift that they have raced at a European level. And we've got a new group of drivers here with us this year. Again, some of them staying at this level from 2025. Some of them also stepping up from the IAME Water Swift restricted category. More on that later. But let's take you through the grid then. Again, determined by time qualifying. Actually, we'll wait a little bit on the grid because I think there's still a little bit of a pause out on circuit for some karts being recovered from the previous race. Just to tell you, in warm-up this morning, Bodie Batch was fastest, was one of the youngest drivers at the IAME Warriors final back end of last year. He's one of those drivers who stepped up from restricted to full Water Swift. Alfie Davidson is definitely going to be a driver to keep an eye on this year as well. Will probably be one of the favourites for winning championships in this category this year. Was the IAME Water Swift restricted British champion 2 years ago. He was second fastest this morning. Charlie Clough, Chester Fawkes, Mason Hibbert, all in the top 5 as well. I would not be surprised if those 5 names are talked about a lot in Water Swift this year. Let's now take you through the grid then. It's a grid of 22 drivers. There is some news though from TQ yesterday that will emerge as we read out this grid. Chester Fawkes, E-plate holder. He won that at Shennington last summer, so still has it for probably another 6 months or so. Will be on pole position for this one, alongside Mason Hibbert. Ilyas Sami on row number 2 is joined by Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch has changed teams. He is now part of the Fusion Motorsport setup. Hero to say, and Margaris Kovetskis on row 3. Margaris Kovetskis has also changed teams for 2026. Dimi Uzanov back out again. We saw Dimi earlier on in Minimax. Will be alongside Oliver Say on row number 4. Charlie Clough. Charlie, because we're in the UK for this weekend for Charlie, is on row 5 alongside Travis Giddings, Ethan Owen and Roger Gokulnath on row number 6. Teddy Higgs and Ethan Robinson, they go from row 7. It's then Finley Bedford and Oliver Kleinfelter for Tim Wilson Motorsports on row number 8. Hugo Williamson and Reggie Chandler go from row number 9. Ronnie Faulkner and Frank Morris for S8 Racing on row number 10. And then Piran Brooks and Alfie Davidson on row 11. Why is Alfie Davidson at the back of the field? Another one of the drivers who had problems in TQ yesterday. Didn't set a fully representative time that we'd expect from Alfie. 8 seconds off the pace in the final qualifying classification. So expect Davidson to be flying through the field in this one. Very good morning to Tristan Owen. Just joined as the latest member and got a Slipstream pass. Remember as well, if you are a member, your comments, keep comments coming in. They get highlighted on our little screen here, so we can't miss them here in the box. Anyway, Chester Fawkes has pole position for this one. Will be looking to get the best possible start. At a very strong second half of his season. Are we racing this time? Lights are red, and they are still red. Yeah, pole start of the grid. A little bit too eager there to break the ice here at the Icebreaker Cup. Good morning to Ricky Williams as well, and to Louis as well, Louis Williams Mabs, cheering on Chester Forks in this one. And looking forward to seeing Louis racing in the inter-categories this year as well. So, of course, the Icebreaker Cup, the first SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. Plenty more plans afoot as well. So do check out the social media details for more on that. So through Bobby Game Corner then for this additional formation lap. You get the picture by now. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again. And hello to Aliyah, who's just joined and got a SlipStream pass and will be able to watch the finals live straight away later on today. So here we go then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. That looks much better. That is a good start. Away we go then for things in Water Swift. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, first half of the field looking very well behaved. Forks leads early on, but there's an attack coming in there. Was that Ilyas Sami going for a send into the bowl? Over the top of the bridge then. Looks like everybody has made it through. It is still Forks in the lead of this race. Oh, spoke too soon. Oh, no, that's a problem. Big problems for the 44 and the number 11. The number 11 being Hugo Williamson. That was a big, it was the 144 of Travis Giddings, who has not come through sector number 1. I think they are still rolling. Yeah, so Travis Giddings is back into the race, but probably some 10 or 15 seconds off the back of the pack now. Apart from that, all good at the moment. Mason Hibbert making good early progress. Charlie Clough as well there in the number 51 for the XL Motorsport team. Expected to see a lot of Charlie. I say Charlie in the UK because when he races in Europe, he goes as Charles on the entry list. But no, a lot of experience for Clough. Could be one of the front runners this year in British Water Swift competition. End of the first lap, Forks leads from Say. Sami third, Clough fourth. So yeah, it's another new name to our broadcasts. Here I'd say in the number 24 for Fusion Motorsport, up to second place in the early stages. There is the 144 now out of this race. Should also note as well, I don't think we've got Oliver Kleinfelter in this race as well. Not seeing the number 60 circulating around at the moment. There's a yellow flag out at hairpin number 1. That will try and... now the number 60 has come round. But the number 60 has come round some 46 seconds off the back of the pack. So not quite sure what's happened there. Here's your fight for second place. Saying the number 24. Sami in the number 26. Ilyas Sami, another driver who's really impressed me over the last 9 months or so, I'd say. Start of a new season. We'll see how Ilyas can do. But Ilyas took a huge step forward last year. Got his confidence back and looks to be enjoying his racing once again. Charlie Clough up to 4th place at the moment, just ahead of Mason Hibbert there. And look at Alfie Davidson coming through the field as well in the orange and blue Fusion Motorsport machine. We've said to look out for him. He's moved up from 22nd on the grid and is now running in 7th place. Alfie, another driver who's very experienced with this Water Swift platform, was British champion in the cadet category, IAME Water Swift Restricted in 2024, and was also racing a full European programme in the full power band of Water Swift as well that season. So he's effectively coming into his third year of sampling this kind of IAME Water Swift competition. Well, I think he's going to be set for a very good year. Oh, Timmy Uzanov down the inside. Takes the move, takes the position away from Mason Hibbert. That was a fantastic move for P5 into the Fullerton S's. I should mention as well, Bodie Batch had problems in the early stages down the inside again. Great racing. Davidson trying to get both his teammate and Uzanov. In the end, just gets Uzanov. So the Fusion's back ahead of the Jade Racing team entry, the number 62. Already half of the time gone in this one, so it's Forks from Say, Sammy Clough, and then this great scrap. Hibbert, Davidson, Uzanov. Keep an eye on Ethan Robinson as well, trying to join the fun. It's up 6 places in this race. Really good run from Ethan so far in this first heat for Water Swift. And the group's going to get bigger as well. Bodie Batch and Oliver Say are both going to be part of this. Three minutes and 20 to go then. As down the inside, teammate on teammate, Davidson gets past Hibbert for P5. I've got to say, one of the things that's really impressed me about Alfie Davidson's style of racing over the years is just how calm he is, especially in the face of adversity. One of those drivers that doesn't get phased. Oh, that's close. Between Uzanov and Batch. Batch, the number 88, gets through. Has had a positive year last year in the IAME Water Swift restricted category. Went on to be second in the cadet category in the British Championships last year. Formed that great partnership in the XL Motorsports team with Albie J. Stubbs, but it's had a team change for this year. Stepping into the owner categories. Oh, that looked close. Between two drivers running up onto the bowl. It was in that region of 6th down to 10th. I think everybody's okay. Still running in this one. Side by side once again. Hibbert and Davidson. Davidson switches to the inside. Hasn't got enough of an overlap to go for a move there into hairpin number 1. Into the second hairpin, you can see just from the sheen on the tarmac that outside line is starting to dry up a bit. Davidson draws alongside once again, but good drive there from Hibbert off of hairpin 2. Meant he was not going to need to worry about any kind of overlap by the time they got to the Fullerton S's. Quick start there of Ronnie Faulkner in the number 43. And a bit of an issue through hairpin number 1, but still running, still doing a great job. Davidson down the inside of Hibbert, block pass through the Mike Wilson complex, and Bodie Batch is going to take advantage of that as well. So Batch through into P6, Davidson back into the top 5. We do often see this with the Fusion Motorsport team. Yes, they are teammates, but they all want to be the top driver. They all want to start this 2026 season as the driver in probably the most competitive awning in IAME Water Swift as the top dog. It will be a long season, of course. I think back to last year and the success that Fusion Motorsport had with the likes of Austin Newstead. They all know, these three drivers, that they've got a very good package underneath them. Oliver Say there in 10th place, going up against Ethan Robinson. Both of them having decent runs at the moment. 30 seconds remaining then. Chester Forks, 2.85 seconds clear of the rest of the field right now. Here I'd say, still having a good race as well. As there is a move down the inside by Oliver Say through into 9th place, then ahead of Ethan Robinson. Penultimate lap then. I think the gap is going to be a bit too big for Davidson and Batch to close in on Charlie Clough. But the good news for Alfie Davidson looking further into the day, it does look like Alfie Davidson is the fastest driver in terms of race pace right now. He's not got track position because he started this race from the back,
but a new fastest lap of the race then. Last time around on 18.03. Just heard in my ear, I hope this is true, but I'm never confident of a weather forecast here at PF, just because it has its own little microclimate around this part of the world. Rain might be holding off till 5 p.m, which I think may even be beyond the end of running here today. Still going to be tricky for mechanics though, because that means they're going to have a constantly changing circuit in terms of it drying out or just getting less wet. So Chester Forks will start the final lap. This has been a very straightforward drive for Chester. Part of the DK Academy, of course, the Danny Curl Academy. That's quite a mentor to have around this particular circuit, of course. Changes for 8th place. Oliver Sayers got through past Dim Yuzanov last time around, and Margaret Kvetskis, we should note as well. I think Margaret's had some problems in the early stages of this race, but he's fighting back now. So just got back into the top 10 and ahead of Ethan Robinson. But there's your leader then. Chester Forks. I think this could be a really big year for Chester Forks. Had a strong campaign in Miami Water Swift Restricted in 2024. Took a bit of time to get up to speed in the Inter category across the course of 2025, but looked really, really strong. I'd say from August, September onwards last year, and he looks to have continued that form into 2026. Chester Forks through the Mike Wilson complex, very calm, very assured at the wheel, is going to take victory in heat number 1. Can do that again in heat number 2. We'll have pole position for the final later today. Forks wins once again. It's going to be another victory by 4 seconds. Here I'd say in second. Ilyas Sami. Oh, now where's Ilyas Sami gone on this last lap? Ilyas Sami is dropping down the order as Chester Forks has gone off on the slowdown lap as well. So in the end, it was... there is Ilyas Sami. So that is coming out of the Fullerton Essers. Front left looks very damaged, and I don't think there's a side pod on that kart as well. What has happened there? For Ilyas, was on for 3rd place and will tumble down the order now outside of the top 20. Well, there was more on offer then for those other drivers behind. Charlie Clough will be classified in 3rd, Albie Davidson 4th, Bodie Batch 5th, Mason Hibbert, Oliver Sayes, Dim Yuzanov, Ethan Robinson and Margaret Kvetskis all in the top 10. Ethan Owen 11th, Roger Golkanath in 12th, 13th, Teddy Higgs, Reggie Chandler, Frank Morris takes us down to 15th place, Finley Bedford, Hugo Williamson, Ronnie Faulkner, Piran Brooks, all 19 finishers. Unfortunately, in fact, Oliver Kleinfelter is the last of the finishers there in 20th place. 2 retirements in that one. Ilyas Sami and Travis Giddings. That's a real shame for Ilyas. Was on for a great result, but not quite sure what happened there. But either way, out of the race on the last lap. Just see our first poll of the day has gone into the chat, so get involved with that. Will the drivers be using a slick tyre at any point today? Yes or no chance? I'm going to go with no chance. I think that the track will get less wet, but I don't think it'll get dry enough to use a slick tyre. No, I still think it's going to rain. I think it's going to rain at some point today because it's PF and it will just come out of nowhere. But at the moment, 89% think we are going to see some slick tyres later on today. Well, of course, if you want to watch all the way to the end of today, the heats, they're all free. You can watch them at your leisure. If you want to be part of the action for the finals later on today, sign up for a membership down below. Right, so that's Water Swift done for now. They'll be back out at 1 o'clock for heat number 2. Next up, we will shift slightly in our program. We will go back to senior Rotax. I am now hearing in my ears and then maybe a little bit of rain, but not too much. So that won't be too much of a worry. Yes, let's get ready then. Race number 7 up next, heat number 2 for senior Rotax. So we shift back to senior Rotax for heat number 2 for these drivers. Some of them have already done a heat. The others have not. So if they're on the pole side of the grid, this is their first heat. If they're on the anti-pole side of the grid, this is their second and final one. We saw a great victory earlier on today for Freddie Lloyd in heat number 1. Cian Geraghty was second, Ewan Charman third, Joshua Graham fourth, and Albie Lapper fifth. Now, of course, a number of nose drivers will not be taking part in this one. This is the part of the day where they sit things out. Let's take you through the grid. Let's tell you who is out on track for this one. Jared Fox Whiteley will be on pole position. This is the first race for Jared. Ewan Charman, this is the second race for Ewan, will be alongside on the front row. Lewis Gilbert and Freddie Lloyd, they go from row 2. If Freddie Lloyd wins this race, he'll be on pole position for the A final later today. Harry Freeman, Joshua Graham, they're on row 3. Then Lloyd Hare and Will Archer on row 4. Pearson, Bullock Carter and James Kell, row 5. Victor Hansen and Oliver Liversidge, row 6. Matthias Kjellerup on row 7 is joined by Joe Mills, Reese Bailey and Joe Yale on row 8. Thijs van Wyk is on row number 9. It's joined by Sean Bennett. Jugas Pravilonis is on row 10. He's joined by James Perilli. Expecting another big drive through the field from Perilli. Duncan Luff and Kai Newman, row 11. Charlie Demonkos and Priam Lelang on row 12. Sam Kelbrick and Jacob Lee on row 13. Drew Presner and Dan Renton on row 14. Oliver Walker and Willow McIver on row 10. It's then Oliver Smith and Alex Gerges on row 16. Miles Roby and Elias Mufake on row 17. Jake Fisher completes the 35 strong field. Big field then, once again, for the senior Rotax category. So once again, it's 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers. Will they be away at the first time of asking? Yes, they will be away. We go then. Good start for, was that Lewis Gilbert actually towards the front of the order straight away for Craft Motorsport, because it's not the green, blue and white of a Jack's Motorsport machine of Jared Fox Whiteley. Round onto the bridge for the first time. Oh, that's getting a little bit tight as they go over the bridge on lap number 1. Jake Fisher has not taken the start in this race, just to note, the number 78 not circulating for Team Evolution by the look of things. Big welcome to Dirk, who's got his SlipStream pass out there. Well, the sun's starting to come out now here at PF. Oh, one driver off into the fence on hairpin number 2, and another spinner off of hairpin number 2 as well. Yeah, Jared Fox Whiteley's very out of position, has not come through sector number 2 at all yet. And was delayed through sector number 1. Oh, spin there for the 188. That's going to be Jugas Pravilonis falling down the order. Dan Renton's also had a problem out there. So Lewis Gilbert leads at the end of the first lap. Harry Freeman P2. Ewan Charman slips to third place. It's then Freddie Lloyd, Lloyd Hare, Pearson Bullock Carter, Joshua Graham, Victor Hansen and Will Archer. What has happened there for Jared Fox Whiteley? So yeah, Jared Fox Whiteley down to P22 at the start of this race. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Then down towards hairpin number 2. Is that Lloyd coming through the mist? Yes, it is. Freddie Lloyd on the move then, trying to take second place away from Freeman and away from Charman. Great racing here at PF. Out of hairpin number 1. Charman to the inside. Lloyd has a bit of a drift through hairpin number 2. He's going to get him on the exit. Squeezes Charman there. Through is coming Harry Freeman as well for KR Sport. But this is great news if you're a Craft Motorsport fan and a Lewis Gilbert fan, because the man from Dalry is disappearing up the road right now in the number 3 machine. Took that number 3 place, of course, through the British Championship last year. Oh, nice move from Charman down the inside through the Mike Wilson complex. Gets through past Freeman there. Lloyd Hare also gained through that exchange. End of the second lap then. Gilbert leads from Lloyd, Charman, Hare, Freeman, Graham, Bullock, Carter, Archer, Perilli and Van Wyck is also up the order 7 places. Perilli is your equal biggest mover right now, up 11. Equal because Oliver Smith has also broken into the top 20. Started this one from 31st on the grid. So a lot going on in this second heat for Senior Rotax, as you'd come to expect. For half of the field, they want to get going. They want to get points on the board. For the other half, they know this is their last opportunity to get good points to take them through to the A final. Nobody wants to be in that dreaded B final later on in the day. Very close there between Freeman and Graham coming off of hairpin number 2. Look at Pearson, Bullock, Carter as well for Jax Motorsports starting to be a part of this. Jared Fox-Whiteley started to regain positions. His Jax Motorsport teammate up to 19th. There goes Bullock, Carter down the inside of Freeman. Down the inside of Graham. Oh dear, round. Well, there's Freeman. Out of contention in this one. 3-1 simply not working there through the Mike Wilson complex. Not really much that Harry Freeman could do about that one. I just don't think he was aware that he had 2 drivers on his inside. 3 wide through into the Bruno Ferrari S's. What is this? It's fantastic. Jamie Perilli takes advantage of that in the red wetsuit there. He's now at 12 places in this one. As out of the race is the 5:53. One of the Carlos Sainz runners in there. I think that might have been Elias Mufakir, who was in 33rd place. I'll tell you what, if there was any doubt that the Senior Rotax drivers were going to, just ease their way into a new season, nice, calm race day here at PF. No, it's Senior Rotax. This is how it races all the time. This is why so many people tune in for the category. And we're off with a bit of a belter here for the Icebreaker Cup. 2 Jax Motorsport teammates going wheel to wheel. Little bit of a bang there off of Bobby Game corner. But Jamie Perilli's going to be through as out. Oh, that was the former leader. What has happened there to Lewis Gilbert? Lewis Gilbert, the number 3, has had some form of issue. Now he's in a technical. Well, it doesn't matter if it's a technical or a driver error. He's out of contention in this one. Sorry, we missed that one. That makes Freddie Lloyd now your new race leader. So Freddie Lloyd is now set for pole position. He's got a 3-second lead in this one. What a dramatic second heat we're having here for Senior Rotax. So Lloyd leads from Hare, Charman, Perilli, Graham, Bullock, Carter. You can see the difference in lines there through hairpin number 1. It's survival mode out there right now for the Senior Rotax. There's 3 wide as they go towards the Fullerton Estes. And the trouble that you see there, they're all fighting for the drying line. Nobody wants to be out wide now, because even with treaded tyres, simply not as much grip out there on the outside and the entrance to the Fullerton Esses. This is crazy stuff. Down the inside there is a move and a half from the number 91. That's Drew Preisner coming through the field. Drew now up, well, it was 11 places, could be more now, and up into the top 15. Yes, indeed, now 13 places gained for Drew Preisner, up to P14, as out goes the number 38 of Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith, who was running so well, down out of the top 30, and that kind of problem can put a driver into the B final. Just to note, Lewis Gilbert is still running out there, but he's 38 seconds off the race lead now. Apologies, not quite sure what happened there to defy Lewis Gilbert from being at the front of this field. Penny for the thought for any of these drivers right now with 60 seconds to go. The Lloyd comfortable clear out front. There's another driver in trouble. That's Willow McIver for the Hunter Motorsport team having a problem off the bridge. Has lost about 6 or 7 seconds with that. Well, to take a breath for the moment, here's the battle for 6th. A good morning. Actually, it'll be a good evening for Dan Ashton, who's tuned in. Not here today. In a warm climate. I bet you wish you're not out there with your clipboard now. This is quite the race for the officials to keep on top of. Four seconds of this one to go then, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. As spin coming off of the bridge. It's one of the zips. Looked to be the number 21 of Victor Hansen. Yes, it was. Quite a good recovery there from Victor. There's only a couple of positions in all of that. Question from Vinny, who's out next in Junior Rotax? Well, everyone comes out across the course of these next 2 races. So it's not like the seniors where one group sits out a bit of the rotation. It'll be across 2 races, of course. There's simply too many of them all to run out at the same time. But don't worry, everybody will be getting their second heat in after this one. We have got the final lap board out. Freddie Lloyd for Strawberry Racing. This has been a tremendous morning so far from Freddie. It's looked the most comfortable out there by far. Really, really good from Freddie Lloyd. And even with a heat to go, this is going to be advantage to Freddie Lloyd through into the A final. Have pole position for it. Nobody else will be able to achieve 2 wins from 2. A big welcome to Dave, who's the latest holder of a SlipStream pass. Will be with us for the finals later on today. Into Bobby Game Corner then. You'll have no idea what's been going on behind, and they'll probably not care either. Freddie Lloyd is here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is win kart races, and he's won 2 of them here this morning. Out of the final corner, across the line, Lloyd takes pole for the Icebreaker Cup A final in Senior Rotax. Lloyd Hare, great try for Dan Holland Racing, up 5 spots to P2. Ewan Charman 3rd. Jamie Perilli, after those difficulties in qualifying, recovers. That will be a good set of points for him later on for the A final grid. P4, P5 for Joshua Graham, P6 for Pearson Bullock Carter, as Victor Hansen's had problems on the last lap. 7th for Tice Van Wyck. Will Archer, P8. Harry Freeman, P9. Rhys Bailey up 5 spots in that one to P10. Joe Yao in 11th place ahead of Drew Preisner in 12th place. And up to third race there for Victor Hansen. Oh dear, I'm not going to be too happy with what's happened there on the last lap. Jared Fox Whiteley 13th, James Kell 14th, Joe Mills, Matthias Kieler takes down 16th place. Alex Gergris, Dejon Bennett, Miles Roby, Kai Newman, all in the top 20. Jugas Pravilonis. Jugas had a problem in the early stages of that race, so recovers back to P21. Jacob Lee, Oliver Liversidge, Oliver Walker, Declan Luff, Priam Lalang, Sam Kelbrick, Lewis Gilbert, Charlie DeMoncos, and Willow McIver all in the top 30 finishers. Dan Renton, the last of the finishers in P31, and the retirements look like this. Victor Hansen, Oliver Smith, and Ilyas Mufakir all did not take the checkered flag. Right, everyone's raced at least once. A third of the field have raced twice, so they'll sort of know how they're looking ahead of the A final later on today. We will have another heat though for Senior Rotax. All of the 2 groups that have sat a race out, they will race again at 12:30. And then, of course, we'll have the B final at 2 o'clock as well. Things move on, though. We're back to X30 action. Up next, Junior X30 is coming right up. Welcome back, everybody, for the next race, Heat 1 for X30 Junior. Ooh, now, is that a little bit of rain I can see on the lens there? Let's take you through the grid, though. Let's get that piece of business out of the way then. It's a very straightforward single grid. Everyone makes it through to the main final later on today. Rocco Lee and Shenton has pole position for this one. Aaron Richardson alongside on the front row. Archie Rogers, Tyler and Alfie Brown, row 2. Kate Donaldson and Max Mason, row 3. Jack McLaughlin and George Edgar go from row number 4. It's then Freddie Wood and Jacob Marples wrapping up the top 10. Enzo Butterazzi and Finley Hines on row number 6. Jacob Backler and George Clark take this one from the 7th row of the grid. It's then Knight Measures. Great to see Knight back out on circuits as well. Not seen him for a while. He's now into the juniors and starts this one on row 8 alongside Luca Narroway. Sukmani Kira, could be a big year for Sukmani. Starts this one from row 9 alongside Barney Copley. Row 10, Harley Musk and George Quinlan. It's then James Nolan and Ryan Mether on row 11. Charlie Blenkinsop and George House on row 12. Lewis Hay and Ethan Woodward on row 13. Hayden Fisher and Matt Say on row 14. Ayrton Lima Evans and Katie Clark go from row 15. Aaron Berhofer, Joseph Davies and Callum Graham complete the drivers due out in this one. I don't think we've got Aaron Berhofer though for this one. So 32 drivers out on track. So 8 minutes plus 1 lap again. Good mix of drivers here. A lot of experience from previous years of junior competition and a good flurry of drivers moving up. I don't think this one is going to be waved green. And we'll go around again for an additional formation lap. Rocco Lee and Shenton, very good around this place. Has had a number of strong runs in the British Championships around this track. Very good morning to Gillian Bennett, who's cheering in for Aaron Richardson. Aaron, who had a real breakthrough 2025. Surprised a lot of people. It started the British Championship campaign of Borden Law and then carried on that form across the course of the calendar year. And same as Riley Cranham last year, stays in Junior X30. And with Fusion Motorsport, for me, automatically makes him a contender for the big prizes in this category in 2026. Keep your comments coming in. And also remember the little tip that we gave out earlier. Depending on which device you're using, of how best way to sign up for your stream membership. Hello to, oh dear. Now, what has happened there? Is that the number 20 of Enzo Butterazzi? Yes, it is. So, unfortunately, Enzo out of this race. Enzo had a really good run at Kart Masters last time I saw him on our screens. And unfortunately, will not be taking part in this race. So, second time of asking then, X30 Juniors get things underway for their first heat. Very even start between Shenton and Richardson. Richardson's not got the grip though on the outside line. A number of them haven't got the grip on the outside line into the Bruno Ferrari S's, but they've all just about made it through. I think Orion Meta might have had problems as well on the formation lap. Not seeing any timing information coming through for Premium Karting Machine. One driver off towards the back, just about gets things going again. One driver also coming off the bridge in an unorthodox fashion. I think Archie Rogers Tyler has had issues. Jack McLaughlin has had issues as well. They've not come through section number 1. Brian Copley, that is. Brian Copley in the S8 Racing Machine was the driver in trouble coming off of the bridge. So a little bit of attrition in the early stages of this one. Down towards Bobby Game Corner then. And there's Freddie Wood on your screens. We're talking about changes for 2026. That's one. Freddie Wood now with Fusion Motorsport, having raced with Jamie Green Racing for the past couple of years. It's just holding off the MDL entry of Jacob Marples there in the fight for 8th place. So, end of the first lap, Shenton leads. Richardson second. Not a surprise to see George Edgar on the move. Last year's runner-up in the British Championships, stays in X30 Junior for this year. And again, same as Richardson, I think that automatically makes George Edgar one of the favourites for winning big races and big prizes this year in this category. Had a decent run at the Miami Warriors final at the back end of 2025 as well. Good scrap going on there. Katie Donaldson on the move. So Katie Donaldson for the Jade Racing team, the 177, is running currently in 6th place. We have got one driver who so earlier not circulating. Not true. Is circulating, just the transponder not functioning. So good for Orion Meta fans. Orion is still in this race. Differing lines there as down the inside. Jacob Bachelor going for move in the middle 69. Good move there from Jake. Oh, that's getting a little bit close to the Mike Wilson. Delivered all in the number 42 for Fusion Motorsports. So it's stretching out in the first half of the top 10. Shenton still from Richardson, Edgar, Alfie Brown, Max Mason. They're all covered by about 4 seconds at the moment. Then it's that scrap that we were talking about with Bachelor in 6th place. Jacob Marples has had a decent start as well, up 3 places at the end of the second lap. George House also making overtakes work. Last year's Miami Euro Series champion in the X30 Mini category. Didn't have a great qualifying yesterday, but yes, George House is starting to move up the order in the number 77 for Excel Motorsport. Is your biggest mover at the moment, up 10 places. As I say, this is a good quality field in X30 Junior this year. We talked earlier about Water Swift and how in 2025 a lot of Water Swift racers raced like a European race. They race a lot there in the space of 10 seconds. And it's a number of those, I was about to say a number of those drivers have moved up. That was a moment between George House and Sugmani Kira. Sugmani gets back on track pretty quickly. I think lost about 5 or 6 places there. He is now fighting with George Quinlan for, what's that going to be, around 17th, 18th? No, lower, 19th place. Let's say a number of the drivers who put on great displays in Water Swift last year, they've now moved up to X30 Junior and looking to impress in these early stages. 3 minutes and 45 seconds then as George House once again getting involved there with this time Finley Hines, Harley Musk in the green and white helmet just behind as well in the number 21. And oh dear, Finley Hines not having a happy time of things at all there, falling down 4 or 5 places. Battle for the lead. Aaron Richardson has had really good pace in the middle part of this race. Very good in sector number 2. George Edgar also closing in on this pair. Not quite too hard. George Edgar has a lot of experience around this circuit, as does the Mick Barrett Racing team. Quite regular club event runners here at PF. Less than 3 minutes on this clock to go then. George Clark had a good lap last time around, has got past both Jacob Bachelor and Katie Donaldson for 7th place. Looks like Shenton's kicked into another gear here. Started responding through the 3rd sector. You can see they're now trying to find different lines, especially through the middle part of the circuit. It does look from this angle like the track is starting to dry out here. They're also maybe conserving tyres. Don't want to destroy them too early on into the event. I don't think it's too greasy for someone to take a bit of a setup risk at this stage, and especially if there is more rain in the air. Warning flag is out for Archie Rogers-Tyler. Archie having a really tough race here. He's down in 24th position and started towards the front. So once again, looks good through the first sector, but it's sectors 2 and sectors 3 that Alan Richardson looks to have a bit more pace. I'm saying that Richardson was very good through sector 1 on the last lap as well. Shenton's going to have a bit of pressure here from the driver, third place in the British Championships in 2025. And again, can't fight too hard because George Edgar's setting good pace. 1 minute 13.28 last time around. Unsurprisingly, that is starting to be a good degree quicker than the pace that we saw in warm-up earlier on this morning here at Trent Valley Kart Club. Here at PF. 60 seconds remaining. It's still all going on in the midfield as well. Marple's holding on to 6th place right now. Here is the battle between Jacob Batchelor and Freddie Wood, with George House not too far behind. So those are 3 drivers who have all competed on the IAME Euro Series stage. Just showing the level of driving that we've got in 30 Junior for 2026. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in there from George. George Edgar's got a chance here of catching the top 2. That was a 1 minute 13.03. He was half a second quicker than Richardson last time around. And there's going to be 2 more laps of this one. I reckon he's got enough pace here to catch the top 2, and then who knows what will happen when we get towards the checkered flag. Shenton doing a great job though. He's braking. He's absolutely on point right now. He's just going and that's a subtle defence there. He's making sure that Aaron Richardson doesn't try and dive one in too early as they run through the hairpins. He's covering off potential opportunities for Richardson very, very well. Overtaking gets tricky in these conditions. You have that drying line. Everybody wants to use it. To get past, you've normally got to go off it. Got to be very, very brave, as Richardson has been there down the inside. Jensen gets the cutback, but here comes Edgar. Here comes George Edgar. Last lap then for the first heat of the day in X30 Junior. Shenton looks to cover off again. Say he doesn't need to defend too hard in these conditions because the window of grip to get down the inside is very, very narrow indeed. Has Shenton been able to keep control of things as they run round onto the bridge? Yes, he has. This is great defensive work from Rocker-Leon Shenton, using all of his experience, all of his racecraft to hold on to this lead down towards hairpin number 1. Keep an eye out on George Edgar's exit out of hairpin number 1 though. Great work again from both Shenton and Richardson into hairpin number 2. Edgar's going to try and do the long shot every time off of these corners. But Shenton, I say it's Shenton's work getting to the apex of these corners is absolutely fantastic. He's driving brilliantly here. He's only got a couple more corners that are relatively good overtaking opportunities to get through. That's one of them. He's got that sorted. Richardson's now got to deal with George Edgar. I think Shenton's going to have this. George Edgar slipped it down the inside to take second place. Richardson is now in the opposite roll, but no, can't quite get through there. Shenton's going to take this win. This has been race of the day so far. Shenton wins heat 1. George Edgar snatches second place right at the end there, away from Aaron Richardson. 4th place goes to Alfie Brown. What a stunning finish there. But you've got to tip your hat to Rocker-Leon Shenton. He's a confident driver. He's a confident young man, but he's got the skills that delivers results like that. Brilliant stuff from the driver of the number 6 kart. Often runs as a privateer, and yeah, likes taking it to those with the big levels of support. Let's go through the rest of the order then. Max Mason, another privateer, came home in P5 in that one. George Clark, Jacob Marples, Freddie Wood, George House and Finley Hines, all in the top 10. Should note though, penalty is coming for Hines, plus 5 seconds, which at the moment would drop Hines down to around 18th place. On the road at least, Harley Musk, Jacob Batchelor, Katie Donaldson, Ethan Woodward and Knight Measures all in the top 15. Good drive there from Woodward, up 12 places. Miley Kira recovered After that spin, back up to P16. James Nolan, Charlie Blenkinsop, George Quinlan, Luca Narroway, all in the top 20. And then running us down to 30th, 21st, Archie Rogers-Tyler. Really tough race there for Archie, who had a warning flag early on in the race as well. Max Say, Barney Copley, Joseph Davis, Orion Meta, Hayden Fisher, Callum Graham, Lewis Hay, Ayrton Limmer Evans, and Katie Clark, the last of the 30 finishers. One retirement in that race was Jack McLaughlin with 2 non-starters, Enzo Butterazzi and Aaron Burhofer. So, well, that was quite a way for Junior X30 to introduce themselves to the Icebreaker Cup here at PF International for 2026. They'll be back out, or should be back out around 1:15 for their second heat. But do stick with us here for the rest of the heats, all free to view today. If you want to stick with us for the finals, hit that join button down below to become a member of our SlipStream community for the full SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live to get exclusive access to it in full for the first 7 days, including Susan Woodward, who's become a member already, and wishing Ethan Woodward well done there for that last performance. Right, let's stick with X30s. Senior X30 up next. Let's whip you through the grid then for Senior X30. He's won 2 races already today. Can he take this third one? Now back in his usual climbs of X30 Senior. Freddie Lloyd starts in pole position. Great to see Lewis Bird on the front row of the grid as well. Nat Johnston and Aaron Brown there on row 2. Hayden Eldridge and Joey Brown row 3. Sam Lewis and Sebastian Minns go from row number 4. It's then Max Ewell and Jack Nettleship completing the top 10. Jack Dan, Alfie Gallagher, they're on row 6. Alex Wiley and Ryan Gill go from row 7. Daniel Bridgen is joined by Pietro Jurovic on row number 8. Cam Edmonds and Oliver Meek go from row 9. Alex De Benedictis and Jamie English complete the top 20 on row 10. It's then Lathcon and Monty Brathwaite on row 11. Ethan Higgins and Jack Owen Drawbridge, they start on row 12 ahead of Warren Russell and Jack Rockwell on row 13. Liam Karabelov and Bailey Brooker go from 14. Darian Malek and James Harris on row 15. Oscar Cole and William Omar on row 16. Dom Parabok and Archie Cole on row 17. Ryan Sayers completes the 35 and strong field. A lot of experience on this grid then. This should be a good race for Senior X30. They'll come out of the final corner. Hopefully get this one started at the first time we're asking, and they do. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's the reigning British champion versus Lewis Bird down towards the first corner. That's an aggressive start and a number of drivers in trouble through the Bruno Ferrari S's at the first time of asking. Freddie Lloyd, of course, running that number 1 plate. First time that we've seen a driver not called Gus Lawrence starting a season with that number 1 plate for a good few years. Whether he keeps it will be decided later on in the year, of course, but right now he wants to show why he's got that number 1 plate. That's looking a little bit close down towards the first hairpin. Aaron Brown trying to fight his way back through the order. I saw the number 6 there a lot lower than I was expecting. So Aaron Brown, I think, has been one of the drivers to have a problem on the first lap. Nat Johnston, I think, lost out in the early stages, and Sam Lewis. So they're all a little bit further down the order. Actually, no, Nat Johnston's okay. He's had a good second sector. Only lost a few positions. First of others who've really lost out. Oliver Meek is one of those. As there is a move from the number 75 of Jack Nettleship, gaining a position. That was him getting past Max Ewell for Mick Barrett Racing. So, end of the first lap. Lloyd leads from Bird, Joey Brown, Aaron Brown. Oh, apologies, no. Aaron Brown's okay. He's up there in 4th place. Hayden Eldridge 5th. Matt Johnston, Sebastian Minns, Jack Nettleship, Max Ewell and Alfie Gallagher all in the top 10 right now. I'm very interested to see how Sebastian Minns gets on today. Driver who's raced at the very top of Cup in European and World competition, raced in the OK categories for a couple of years. racing here today back in the X30 climate. Hello to Katie Daly, who's signed up for a SlipStream pass, and to Joe as well. Good to have you both on board for the full day. 5 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go then. Great scrap this going into Bobby Game corner. 159 of Alex Wiley cutting through there, and Leif Khan also involved in the number 78. So this is just outside the top 10. Now who've we got there out of the race? Is that Oscar Cole? I think it is. That Oscar Cole is sadly out of this race for the Jade Racing team. The good news for anyone who does have a problem in the heats, everybody gets through to the main event later today. And the final for X30 Senior will be just after 3:30. That's a little bit wide there. Alex Wiley in the S8 racing machine having a problem. It's a little bit further up the order. That'll be Hayden Eldridge, the number 33, in trouble. And then, of course, aboard the TVKC chassis. As back with our race leaders. Now, just to really confuse us, folks, yes, that is Freddie Lloyd with a Strawberry Racing setup in X30 Senior, as down the inside goes Lewis Bird in a premium karting setup that, of course, Freddie Lloyd used last year for the British Championship. So, again, new season, drivers on new teams, all got to get used to it. This is the same great scrapping, though. Oh, that's very close between Bird and Lloyd through the first couple of corners, and Joey Brown's going to look to take advantage of this. Through goes Lewis Bird into the lead of the race, but Freddie Lloyd was in no mood to let Lewis Bird breeze through there. That's a good bit of scrapping from Lewis Bird, who's got a bit of a point to prove at the start of this new season. Didn't have a happy time of things in 2025 and wants to show British karting that he's still one of the best in the country, if not one of the best in Europe when it comes to X30 Senior racing. And if you could get an early heat win over the reigning British champion here, that would be quite a way of getting your season going. Lloyd right now having to deal with the likes of Joey Brown and Aaron Brown. For those new to this level of karting, as Aaron Brown goes down the inside of Joey Brown there, not quite able to get the move done. Aaron Brown, not only a quick driver, also a very good technical head. There's all of the tuning of his X30 engines himself, and supplies a few engines to the number of drivers around the X30 paddocks. As I say, doing that all at the same time as trying to concentrating on his driving as well, getting good results. 6th in the British Championships last year, of course. Very talented young man, if I may say so. 2.5 minutes to go then, plus the one lap. Warning flag out for Dan. A couple of warning flags out in this one. I think the 78 is in a slight bit of bother with the race officials. And the 95 as well. Here's a move down the inside. Oh, Joey Brown does not want to see that number 6 machine go through. It's going to happen whether he likes it or not. Oh, brilliant cutback from Joey Brown. Finds the grip through the Mike Wilson complex. Jack Nettleship getting involved there as well. Here comes Sebastian Mins in the number 24. Side by side, nearly down the pit straight. Brown back up to P4. He's now going to be on the defensive ahead of Sebastian Mins. Lewis Bird leading relatively comfortably right now. It's a big send there from Sebastian Mins. Seb Mins trying to take 4th place away. Has he got it? He has. Yeah, he's really broken away from Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown having some problems out there. Just a little bit out of rhythm right now, and that's sometimes the thing in senior racing. particularly in X30. Any ounce of weakness is pounced upon by a set of drivers who've got a lot of experience, but no, they cannot sit and wait for opportunities. You've got to make your own opportunities in this class. Nat Johnston's going to be learning those lessons. Still with the Mick Barrett Racing team. Currently going toe-to-toe with Hayden Eldridge. Oh, nice move there from Eldridge. Down the inside. Clean as a whistle. Back up to 7th place. 35 seconds remaining then. So 2 more laps, I reckon, for the drivers in this heat. I'll tell you what, Freddie Lloyd's not given this one up. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. Was 0.2 quicker than Lewis Bird last time around. So we'll keep an eye on that, any developments there. Whilst on the screens, we continue with this fight for 5th place. Brown looks to have recovered. I should note as well, it re-caught and overtaken Sebastian Mins. So Mins was clear in 4th place, but either has been paced back into this group, who's had a problem out there. Sebastian Mins racing with Fusion Motorsports. Very familiar, of course, with nice move there once again from Nettleship. Mins very familiar with the Kart Republic chassis that are used by the Fusion Motorsport team and is racing out in Europe. Final lap board out then. Lewis Bird responding to Freddie Lloyd's pace. So they're both in the 1 minute 11.2s right now. Lloyd still a tiny little bit quicker, but not any kind of significant or critical pace that should worry Lewis Bird on this final lap. I've got to say, it's really good to see Lewis Bird back in this kind of form. He's had a tough 18 months or so. What they always say, form's temporary, class is permanent, and Lewis Bird will be smiling a lot at this result as long as he can get through these last couple of corners. And hand Freddie Lloyd his first loss of the day, with Lloyd having taken the 2 senior Rotax heats so far. Out of the final corner, Lewis Bird, nice drive. Had to be aggressive, had to take it to Freddie Lloyd, and does so. P1 for kart number 7, 1.5 seconds clear of Freddie Lloyd. Joey Brown 3rd, Jack Nettleship 4th, Sebastian Mins 5th, Aaron Brown, Hayden Eldridge, Nat Johnston, Alfie Gallagher, and Max Yule over the line, all in the top 10. Jack Dan 11th, ahead of a good drive from Cameron Edmonds at 5 spots to 12th for the Croc Promotion team. 13th, Alex Wiley. Monty Brathwaite was one of your biggest movers, was the biggest mover inside the top 15 at 8 spots to 14th. Tam Lewis, tough race there for Lewis, down 8 places to 15th. Piotr Jurovic in 16th, ahead of Alexander de Benedictis. Ryan Gill, Leif Khan, Daniel Bridgen all in the top 20. Biggest mover in that race was William Omar from 32nd on the grid to 21st. Jack Owen Drawbridge next up, Revolve Motorsport P22, ahead of Dom Parabok, Liam Karabelov and Ryan Sayers. Parabok and Sayers up 10 places in that race. That was taking us down to 25th. Bailey Brooker, Oliver Meek, Dorian Malek, Archie Cole and Jack Crockwell all in the top 30. Difficult races for James Harris, Ethan Higgins, Jamie English and Warren Russell, but they all at least saw the finish of the race, which could not be said for Oscar Cole. Oscar Cole, the single retiree in that race. Right, with that, that means we have now seen everybody at least once. You should note, huge entry here today for the Icebreaker Cup. I think at my last count, around 270, 275 drivers across, or entries, I should say, because of course we've got some drivers doing double duty, but still, a lot of entrants here today, now fully into the second round of heats. Next out on circuit, we go to race number 10, Heat 3 for Junior Rotax. Into the second round of heats then for Junior Rotax on your SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 3. For everybody in this race, this is their last heat. On pole position for this next one will be Cian Bernard. Cian had a good run earlier on today and will be joined on the front row by Luca Holmes-Balak. Zach Turner and Joe Neal on row 2. It's then Rares Cosmin Pascu on row number 3 alongside Louis Radcliffe. Harry Holland and Riley Murrow will start this race from row 4. It's then Teddy Cooper and an in-form Marcel Poppercall on row 5. Lorenzo Villau goes from row number 6. He's joined by Ronnie Smart. Jackson Lane and Miles Burton start on row 7 ahead of Lucian Smith and Jacob Underhill. Row number 9, Jack Beasley and Sam Kohler. Completing the top 20 is Blake Southern and James Fabricius. Sam Aston and Jensen Walker start on row 11. They're ahead of Alex Shepherd and Charlie Condie, who needs a good result in this one, had difficulties in race number 1. Matthew So and Peter Lee are on row 13. It's Elliot Smith and Molly Mizzen going from 14. Adam Turacek and Finley M. Cass complete the top 30 on row 15. Isaac Jameson for the X-Kart team starts row 16 alongside Josh Cormack for Sam Pollitt Racing. JJ Plowman is the last of the 33-strong field for ST Racing. So if you weren't with us earlier and you don't want spoilers, close your ears now. Heat 1 result looks a little bit like this. Cian Bernard from Connor Large, Fletcher Jameson, Zach Turner, Tom Reed. Heat 2, Charlie Wolfitz, Sebastian Clark, Emerson McAndrew-Wren, Riley Murrow and Marcel Poppercall. So those are the 10 drivers in good positions at the moment in those heat standings, all of the points. What are we going to see here across the course of these 8 minutes plus 1 lap? Away we go once again then in Junior Rotax. Good start for Cian Bernard. Bit of a wobble for Luca Holmes-Balak through the Bruno Ferrari again. This time, I think the Strawberry Racing driver made it through. Had real problems in the first round of heats. It's Bernard leading in the early stages. I think Zach Turner's had a good start as well for Coles Racing in the red, blue and white livery up to P2. Field already quite strung out as they go down towards hairpin number 1. Battle going on for the race lead. Oh, down the inside is Turner on Bernard. Bernard tries to cut back. Turner closes the door. Coles Racing into the lead of this one then in the hands of the number 99, Zach Turner. Luca Holmes-Balak still there as well in 3rd place. Keep an eye further back. Teddy Cooper's had a good start in this one. It's down the inside. Luca Holmes-Balak gets both of them. Oh, brilliant stuff, but loses it on exit. Cian Bernard comes back through. Luca Holmes-Balak sticks his nose down the inside through the Mike Wilson complex. And here comes the 99 of Turner again. What a first lap this has been in the second round of heat for Junior Rotax. Let's count them through. Hopefully before they all change position again. Turner lead. Holmes-Balak second. Bernard third. Teddy Cooper up to P4. Pascu, Murrow, Holland, Radcliffe, Neal and Poppercall. All in the top 10 covered by 2.1 seconds. Good start for Sam Kohler as well at 5 places. Is now running in 13th. Charlie Condie as well for the Sodi Vitesse entry is up 5 to 19th. Turner starting to break away as Teddy Cooper now running in 2nd place. This is what you come to expect sometimes in junior racing. Cooper got a really good entry into hairpin number 2, but now loses out. Bernard trying to check down the inside into the Fullerton S's. Is covered off by the number 79. Riley Murrow getting in amongst it. How long before we see a big send from Riley Murrow in the junior ranks down the inside of the 79? Oh, Teddy Cooper is not going to be liking that. Oh, look at that from Riley Murrow. Oh, touch there with Cian Bernard. SPR into SPR. Cian Bernard taking flight for a short moment there. And again, at first looked to be a simple case of differing lines in damp conditions converging to the same point of Lincolnshire. getting fierce out there already. You can see as well the drying line. That is going to become even more of a feature now over the course of the next 2 or 3 races. Cooper has managed to file his way back into second place. Riley Morrow cuts to the inside, recalling the human highlight reel, and he's squeezed his way through past Luca Holmes-Ballack there for third place. We just saw Joe Neal moving up the order, also in the 722. Yes, he did in the bright yellow overall, the Lando Norris style helmet there. Just the rear bumper of Louis Radcliffe. So Louis Radcliffe, another one of the strong runners for the Sam Pollitt Racing team here. Ian Bernard coming back through, gets one position, gets another. Good driving there from Ian Bernard as Joe Neal back down the inside of Louis Radcliffe, and Harry Holland now getting involved as well in the number 77. So Turner leads by 4 seconds. And all of this fighting for second place has allowed the Coles Racing man to get quite a nice lead at this stage of the race. Into the second half of time on it, though. Still a lot could change here. Good afternoon. Not quite good afternoon. We've still got a few minutes before it's lunchtime. Harry Cottrell. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for signing up for your slipstream pass as Cooper dives down the inside of Morrow there. In the end, loses one to Luca Holmes-Ballack. Cooper's liking that early apex line. We've seen him try that quite a few times in this race so far. The problem is it then means you're a bit weak coming off of the corners. Riley Morrow runs wide. Morrow's made a mistake there. That's going to allow the likes of Holmes-Ballack and Cooper back through potentially. I was just about to say there is one area where Riley Morrow will be at a bit of a disadvantage because he's just moved up to juniors. He's a little bit younger than his other competitors, and you can see his stature shorter. Hasn't had that growth spurt yet, that junior growth spurt that they all have. When it's these conditions, it's cold, less weight, and also less weight in terms of being a little bit taller as a driver, means getting tyres up to temperature will be a bit trickier for Riley Morrow right now versus the likes of a Cian Bernard, who used to be the size of Riley Morrow, now is a little bit taller, who can lean in the cart a bit more, get the tyre moving around a bit more to get and generate that heat into it. Now, further down the order here, who have we got in the mix? You've got the likes of Herrera's coming past Scu in there, and Blake Southern as well. Blake Southern down the inside. It must be said, one of the most impressive performances at Kart Masters last year was down the inside there. There's Neil gaining one and losing one. 250 comes through of Ronnie Smart for the Jacks Motorsport team. 44 of Lucian Smith in there also. That's all around 10th, 11th, 12th place. Bernard holding on to second place right now ahead of Cooper. Morrow P4. .3 seconds now the lead for Zach Turner. We've had the completion of our poll of will the drivers be using a slick tyre today. 61% say yes, 39% say no. So a definitive win there for the yes camp. Looking further down the order, who's making good progress there is Cooper down the inside of Morrow. We'll come back to that because this is a big scrap for third place. Morrow out wide. Brilliantly read there by Luca Holmes-Ballack. Let those two fight. Gained 2 positions very easily, as did Louis Radcliffe. So Louis Radcliffe now trying to fight through past Luca Holmes-Ballack. Diving to the inside, there goes Cooper. I say he's got the front end of that kart really dialed in. Hitting the apexes early. Morrow now scrapping with his teammate, and in will come Harry Holland into this battle as well. Marcel Popical could be up for a good starting spot in the final later on today for 2 top 10s. Not long in this race to go then. 6.4 seconds for Zach Turner in the lead of this race. Should be fine now. We'll probably look to just conserve materials a little bit. No point wasting anything before you get to the final. Keep something in reserve for the big race of the day, which for Junior Rotax will be just before 4 o'clock. 3:55 is when we're due to see that one. Change of position between the SPRs there. Louis Radcliffe gets past Riley Morrow. So Riley just looked to be... Well, I was about to say Riley Morrow potentially struggling with a bit of grip there, and then he dives down the inside on his teammate to retake 5th place. Harry Holland nearly had an opening there to get both of them. Final lap board out then. Zach Turner, after that bold start, looks set for a race win here. SPRs going side by side through the Bruno Ferrari S's again. Yeah, you can see there now, Zach just using the wetter part of the circuit to keep the tyres in check. Potentially might need those later on again. This has been a very, very good run from Zach Turner. 5-second penalties just come in from James Fabricius. There's been a few notifications from race control in this one. If you want to keep up to date with all of the results, the live timing, and all the goings on, make sure that you've got a little bit of an eye on motorsport-time.co.uk. But for Zach Turner, he won't need to look at that right now because he's got a path to a very good position for the final. Takes this third heat, this first one in the second round of heats in Junior Rotax, over the line. Could be one of the biggest margins of victory we've seen today because it was around 7 seconds at the last count. Over the line there, Cian Bernard 8.4. Track getting quicker though, 1 minute 9.38 on that last lap for Zach Turner. So we'll probably in that situation as to whether someone goes for a slick tyre or not. Rest of them over the line then. So Turner from Bernard, Teddy Cooper, good fight there to 3rd place ahead of Luca Holmes-Ballack, Riley Morrow P5, Louis Radcliffe P6, Lucian Smith, and Blake Southern was your biggest mover in that race, up 11 positions to P8. P9 for Harry Holland and Marcel Popical completing the top 10. Ronnie Smart, Joe Neal, Sam Aston, Alex Shepherd and Jack Beasley all in the top 15. There's then Miles Burton, James Fabricius, P17. Herrera's Cosmin Pascu in 18th place. Jackson Lane, Sam Kohler complete the top 10. Oh, it's a shame for Sam. He had a really good start to this race. Isaac Jameson, good performance there for the X-Kart team, up 10 places to P21. Josh Cormack, positions gained, not quite as many as the first round of heats though, P22 on that occasion. Matthew So, Jensen Walker, Charlie Condy all take us down to 25th. It was then Alan Turchek, Jacob Underhill, JJ Plowman, Peter Lee, Elliott Smith, all in the top 30. All 33 drivers who started that race finished that race. Molly Mizzen, Finley Cass and Lorenzo Bilbao, the last of them. So for some of those drivers, the ones who've made it through to the main final, we'll see them at 3:55. Those who've not made it through to the final will be the first race for our members-only part of the day at 1:45 for the B final. But we're not quite done, of course, with Junior Rotax. Heat 4, end of round 2, is up next. So one more heat then in Junior Rotax to go then to determine who goes straight through to the A final, the main final here at the Icebreaker Cup for Trent Valley Kart Club 2026. Engines fire. Let's take you through the grid then for this next one. Charlie Wolfett will be on pole position again here. Fletcher Jameson alongside on the front row. Sebastian Clark and Tom Reed go from row 2. It's then Erin Luddigan and Connor Large on row 3. Emerson McAndrew Red and Oliver Fabricius on row 4. Harrison Bishop and Kevin Ivanov in the top 10. Ryan Raffini and Harvey Sargison go from row 6. Benjamin Lawn and Theo Bradshaw row 7. Aston Brown and Tobias Johns row 8. Devin Taylor and Stanley Stafford row 9. Aidan Clark and Jacob Aston on row 10 ahead of Harry Radcliffe and Jamie Richards. Hakeem Bart and Oliver Peters are next up on row 12. And then running into the latter part of the grid, Harry Harvey, Cian Hundle, Arthur Murphy, Ethan Guest, Ralph Kaitis, Benjamin Jones, Miles Cleworth and John Richards. So, for a few drivers, I don't think we're going to see the start of this race for Harvey Sargent, Aston Brown and Benjamin Jones unless there's some technology and radio frequency signals not going around, because we're not seeing any live timing from those three drivers. Charlie Wolfett, pretty straightforward job here, if I can describe it as such. He wins this race by my mental maths, should be on pole position for the final. Good afternoon to Isaac Barker. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for your support. So, let's get ready then. Another 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway here at PF. Junior Rotax final heat of this part of the day is underway, and my goodness me, Charlie Wolfett has stolen the march on everybody. What a great start for Wolfett there. Looks like Fletcher Jameson has held on to second place, which is really good to see. Fletcher, of course, returning to karting after his extended layoff. And towards hairpin number 1 then. Dry line starting to widen, so there may be a bit more overtaking in this one. My goodness me, there was some wide lines there out of hairpin number 1, nearly 4 wide through hairpin number 2. Once again, you've got differing lines now, which eventually have all got to converge back onto one point of the circuit. That's where things can get a little bit tricky out there. It's the 265 of Kevin Ivanov, who's having some exciting exploration of the Lincolnshire countryside. There's been able to get through there. Ryan Rapini there in the number 56. Good race, number 56. We're all fighting for the spots inside the top 15. End of the first lap then. Wolfett leads from Jameson, Clark and Luddigan, Reed, McAndrew Uren, Large, Fabricius, Oliver Fabricius, Kevin Ivanov and then Ryan Rapini completing the top 10 right now. A bit of a difficult start for Tobias Johns, down 10 spots for the Zip Factory team into P26. Hello to Dirk once again, whose comment gets highlighted because Dirk signed up for a Slipstream membership. Cheering on Theo Bradshaw. Theo at the moment racing around in 12th place, gained a couple of places on that first lap. As getting a bit tight into hairpin number 2. That's Stanley Stafford round for Hunter Motorsport in the blue and orange. Now, was that a driver error, or was he a little bit encouraged into that one? That'll be something for the race officials to look over. Sufficient evidence here in the box to call that one. That's why commentators are not race officials. 5 minutes and 35 seconds of this race to go. Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the attack here. Looking down the inside there of Oliver Fabricius in the MLC entry. And pretty close through and onto the bowl there as well. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, it's going to be a lot of eyes on this young driver this year in his first year in junior competition. I'm doing a lot of strong preparation for it indeed. Bit of physical there. Connor Large taking that position. Oliver Fabricius throws it back in. And I tell you who's happy with all of that, Erin and Luddigan. Erin goes, thank you very much. I'll take 2 positions without too much hard work there. As, big slide from both Fabricius and Large. And here comes Kevin Ivanov. Well, Kevin was exploring that part of the circuit earlier on as round goes Fabricius. That's all broken down a bit out of the Bobby Game corner. And, a bit of a case of overdriving from a few competitors on that occasion. Kevin Ivanov wide again there. Needs to be careful with that out onto the geo block. That allows Connor Large back down the inside for 7th place. Halfway stage on time then. Wolfett leads by 1.83 seconds from Jameson. Tom Reed, the farmer, up to P3. Sebastian Clark, P4, and then Emerson McAndrew-Uren nicely in the top 5 right now with a bit of a gap to the next few drivers behind. There's Harrison Bishop. Good braking there by Harrison into hairpin number 1. The grip available in hairpin 1 is it definitely improving. You can see actually there's 2 drying lines now with the second hairpin. The trouble is, on the second thinner one, on the earlier apex, it then ends very suddenly, giving drivers not sufficient grip to get off the corner. Problem for one of the zips there. I think that was Theo Bradshaw. Theo ran a bit wide out of the Fullerton S's and had to be patient to get back onto circuit. Plus 5 second penalty is coming. Not massive surprise to see this one, if I may say so. Oliver Fabricius in race plus 5 second time penalty, which makes this point of the day even worse for the MLC driver. At the moment, we're dropping down from 15th place, probably to around outside the top 20. 3 minutes remaining then. Wolford looking in full control. We're looking here at the scrap over third place. Tom Reed at the very front of it. As down the inside there, that's Jacob Aston trying a move on Devon Taylor. Devon gets back through. Tom Reed as through there. Is that Kevin Ivanov on the move again? As we've got a spinner through hairpin number 2. Looks to be the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe for Sam Pollitt Racing, who went round there. As wide again goes Kevin Ivanov. Number 73 of Connor Large there going into battle. Harrison Bishop pulls another clever little move. Gain a spot. Devon Taylor finally through the moves through the Mike Wilson complex. If you can get the grip right. Fantastic racing here to do today through that part of the course. Warning flag has come out for Connor Large and the number 73. Let's have a look at the points then for how things are looking in Junior Rotax. So as things stand right now, Charlie Wolfert would be on pole position for the main final later today. Ian Bernard alongside on the front row, Zach Turner, Fletcher Jameson and Sebastian Clark would all be well placed on the grid. And as a reminder as well, if you're new to this form of karting, low points is good. The lower the number of points, you get 0 points for a race win, 2 points for second place, 3 points for third, etc., etc. The lower the score, the better in this part of the day. So 60 seconds remaining then. Another penalty's come in. Oliver Peters, plus 5 second penalty. Oh dear, that might be dropping Oliver down out of the top 20. And the problem with that is, if you're averaging outside the top 20 in a field size this big, I fear you're not going to be making it straight through to the main final. Still a chance of making it through from the B final, but limited. Emerson McAndrew on the charge. Fastest lap at the moment for the reigning British Minimax champion. Here are the leaders though. I tell you what, Fletcher Jameson is giving Charlie Wolfert something to think about at the end of this race. Now the question is, I don't think they're going to get over the line before time runs out. Or I say that, this is going to be close as to whether this will be final lap this time around or not. Yes, it will be. No, correction. No, we go round again. The final lap marking has not come out. So there must have been a little smidge of time available for the drivers there. And, well, Charlie Wolfert has probably had to extend this race by another lap because of the pressure from Jameson. He's not been able to back off by half a second to trim time out on that tour of the circuit, because otherwise he'd be right into the clutches of the number 96 for Jax Motorsport. And I've got to say, the front end of that number 96 looks better than the number 6. That was a nice line through hairpin 2 from Fletch. Over the curves, you can see how much the drivers are having to use those curbs now to get themselves round the corners. Charlie Wolfert is aware of Fletcher Jameson and how close he is. I tell you what, if they did get into a bit of a back and forth scrap, Emerson McAndrew-Wren is not that far behind. He's only 2.5 seconds behind these two. Now the final lap board comes out. 1 minute 7.09 for Wolford. 1 minute 6.85 for both Jameson and McAndrew-Wren. Sebastian Clark finishing this race quickly as well, as in 4th place, but has just taken the fastest lap of the race so far. Down towards hairpin number 1 then. I'd say hairpin 2 is probably the best chance for Jameson. Again, he gets a good tight line, a tighter line than Wolford off of the first hairpin. Just don't think there's enough grip down the inside of hairpin number 2 to get the move done. Wolford doing just about enough here, similar to what we saw Rockley and Shenton doing earlier on in the X30 categories. He's placing his kart very, very well indeed for Dan Holland Racing. Oh, a bit wide there for Jameson. That's the chance gone. Wolford's going to win this race now. Oh, you've got to give it to Jameson. Gave it a really, really good go and will be a factor in the final for sure. Charlie Wolford, though, is going to be on pole position for the Icebreaker Cup Junior Rotax final. Over the line, takes his 2nd win of the day. Jameson, Fletcher Jameson is back. P2 for Jax Motorsport. Emerson McAndrew-Wren, a really good run there. P3, Sebastian Clark, Tom Reed, Erin Unlulligan, Benjamin Lawn, Devin Taylor, Harrison Bishop and Jacob Aston complete the top 10. Great drive there from Jacob Aston. Started that one P20. Wasn't our biggest mover in that race, though. We'll come on to them in a short moment's time. Kevin Ivanov was P11, Conor Large P12, and then we come to our biggest mover for Global Karting. 19 positions gained for John Richardson, and that may well have squeezed John through to the main final cut-off there. Great drive, the driver with number 68. Ryan Rapini and Harry Radcliffe complete the top 15. It was then Aidan Clark, Harry Harvey, Miles Cleworth, Oliver Peters and Theo Bradshaw completing the top 20. Ethan Guest, good solid drive there from Ethan, up 7 places. Jack Dex Racing and his dad Steve will be happy about that one. Hakeem Butt 22nd, Arthur Murphy 23rd, Ralph Leclerc 24th, Stanley Stafford, Jamie Richards, Cian Hundle and Tobias Johns, the last of the 28 finishers. Non-finish for Oliver Fabricius, who just lost his way a little bit in the middle part of that race, and 3 non-starts for Harvey Sargent, Aston Brown and Benjamin Jones. So Junior Rotax, the B final is due at 1:45. That will be our first race for members only here today, so if you can join us for that, hit that join button below. Thank you for your continued support. The main final will be a little bit later on. It'll be 3:55 for that one. So we'll park Junior Rotax for now, but stay in the Rotax categories. Race 12 out next will be Heat 2 for Minimax. So we go back to Minimax then for heat number 2. If you weren't with us earlier, close your ears for spoilers reasons if you want to. Otis Cleary was your winner from Benedictus Masiokas, Austin Oman, Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale. Heat 2 grid looks a little bit like this. It'll be Cleary on pole position again, Oman alongside on the front row, Oscar Kenny and Logan Rolfe row 2, Masiokas and Maria Roberto on row 3, Evan Meller Jensen Sale row 4, Hugo McCluskey and Dimi Uzanov on row 5. Chloe McGill goes from row 6 in this one, is joined by her teammate Ted Hayward. Luke Millward, champion in Micromax a couple of years ago, will be on row number 7 alongside Lewis Herbertson. Noah Wicklow and Riley Blakemore looking for good runs here from row number 8. Eddie Duncan and Dexter Petty go from 9. Teddy Murphy and Ivan Janicevic go from row number 10. Jackson Hilton and Adam Bart on row 11. Finley Beals and James Devereux on row 12. Hugo Torpy and Freddie Blackshaw form up the 13th row of the grid ahead of Lewis Cacoldi and William Moore. Then it's Thomas Laidler and Theo Fraher on row 15. Ethan Manzi and Jensen Skeffington start on row 16. Finley Fawkes and Joshua Cook go from 17. Jack Hill completes the 34 strong field, because I don't think we're going to see Hugo Torney in this race. Is not showing on our timing screens as out on circuit. Hello to Eli Owen. All the best to Coles Racing. Coles have had a decent day so far. Had a win with Zach Turner earlier on in the heats, in the juniors. Keep your messages of support coming in. Great to be back broadcasting for you with our new initiative as well. This SlipStream broadcast. Right, we're racing. Green light is illuminated. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Minimax heat number 2 underway. Oh, what a start from Austin Oman from the outside of row number 1. Austin had some issues in heat number 1. No issues there. Sweeps into the lead of this race, as out there is the number 97. That's Thomas Laidler in the grass at turn number 1. Very easy to do on a day like today. Down towards hairpin number 1 then. Go the field for this this opening stage of heat 2. And this cart's off potentially around Marshall post 5. Oh yeah, just down there. I think there was a driver. Oh, we'll try and work out who that was in a moment. They'll have come through sector number 1, but they won't come through sector number 2. Now Oscar Kenny's lost out some time, but no, he's come through. It's the 165. It's Finley Fawkes, the privateer. Thank you to our camera operators around the circuit. Literally couldn't do our job in the commentary position without them today. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go of this one then. That's the end of lap number 1. Cleary leads from Sale. Not as big a lead for Cleary at the end of lap 1 than we saw in the first heat. Evan Mellor's had a good start, up 4 places to 3rd. Austin Owen, and keep an eye on Dimi Ozanov. Now, Dimi's running double duty today in both of the inter-categories. That could be a very useful thing to have in the back pocket on a day like this, because Dimi's getting more information, more data, more knowledge of how this track is evolving from race to race. So, yeah, keep an eye on that JPD, Racing Dredge Prepared Birrell Art machine, number 62, with that beautiful black chrome helmet. As here's a challenge for the lead. Jensen Sale down the inside. Well, he's a local to this part of the world. There's a lot of racing here and over the road at Fullbeck. And, well, he's used his local knowledge to great effect there. Take the lead of this race. Evan Mellor P2 now, and Otis Cleary slips to 3rd. Austin Oman 4th. Just wonder, is this the race where we start to see some drivers and some mechanics having elected to go for some differences in terms of setup, leaning more towards a dry setup? Has a little bit wide there for Otis Cleary. As, oh dear, out of the race, Theo Fraher. That looked to be down at the start of the Mike Wilson complex, just to the right of pit entry. I hope that Theo's okay, and he is. That's good to see. Theo jogging back to the marshal's post. He'll have a good viewpoint for the rest of this race, but unfortunately it's one that'll see the score grow in the intermediate classification. Should note though, all mini-maxes make it through. There's no B final trepidation for our intermediate class drivers here today. This is the group for 2nd place. Looks like Austin Oman has got back up to 3rd place. I'm not sure what happened to Austin later on in that first lap. He had that flyer of a start, as through comes Logan Rolfe there in the number 33. Logan looking really calm at the wheel of his KR Sport machine. Plus 5 second penalty for Joshua Cook. A bit of a frustrating weekend to start the season for Joshua Cook. Very strong record, of course, in Micromax. And so far in the minis, not quite gone his way. He's up 9 places in this race, but again, 5 second penalty will drop the 175 down the order. Here with the fight for second place then. Otis Cleary trying to control where... Oh, spin there for... and I think Masiokas may have been involved there as well. Okay, two drivers going for the same piece of real estate at the same time. I'll say the Minimaxes are smaller, the 950mm chassis. But the racing is always fierce with them. And of course, the side of keeping your momentum up at this level is so key in these conditions. Eddie Duncan, currently the fastest driver out there on circuit. Number 57 for Strawberry Racing, 1 minute 8.30. Just to compare on lap times, the fastest lap from the previous race was a 1 minute 17. So the track from the last Minimax heat to now probably improved by 8 or 9 seconds or so. We could be getting very near the transition point here. If not, it's already passed already. Trying to get a little bit of a sight there on what tyres Austin Oman's got at this stage, as Otis Cleary has a bit of understeer to deal with through the entrance of the Mike Wilson. I wonder if we've got a mix of tyres here in this race. Right at that point, yeah, they could have been slicks for me. Maria Roberto, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 7.68. And you sometimes see this, I'll be clear folks, I'm not 100% sure that we have got slicks out there. But if we have got slicks out there, it's the second half of the race that they will really start to turn on. As Austin Oman gets down the inside, gets through past Jensen Sale. Yeah, that looks like slicks to me. So Austin Oman has had a really good middle phase of this race to get the temperature into the tyres and now can use them. Jensen Sale looks to me to be on wet, looking for that line down the middle of the tyre, that almost seam down the middle of the tyre where the tread comes together. Yeah, because Jensen Sale is suddenly losing a lot of time here, as now Austin Oman's trying to deal with traffic. Let's often look a little bit taller as well than a slick tyre. There's Logan Rolfe as well. Logan Rolfe has got some tyre performance right now. He's right on the tail of Austin Oman. Lewis Herbertson, I said the fastest lap time is hopping around all over the place. There's another fight for the lead there. Rolfe and Masiokas getting involved. Rolfe has held on to second place right now, down towards hairpin number 1 again. There'll be 2 more laps, including the one they are on at the moment. Oscar Kenny's coming back into this fight as well. It's back up to P5. I've got a feel for Jensen Sale right now. Jensen Sale could be on for a really tough lap and a half here. Thankfully, though, for the likes of Jensen Sale, is the leaders are also having to negotiate a bit of traffic here. That's making things difficult to keep momentum up if you're on the right tyre right now. There's the look at how things are shaping out in terms of intermediate points, as one of the JDRs was out there. I think that might have been the 42 of William Moore. Final lap board out then. Oman leading this one by under a tenth from Logan Rolfe. Otis Cleary is finishing this race strong as well, 1 minute 6.85. So could Otis, this is all about setup, folks. This is all about how the mechanics and the teams have set up their machinery for the end of this race. It's not the longest of races, of course, only 8 minutes plus 1 lap. But if you've got a kart that's coming on song right at the end, you could be on for a really good result here. Masiokas is still there. Kenny is still there as well. Oscar Kenny in his new cup of Hunter Motorsport at the start of this season. As more dramas down at hairpin number 1. I think Finley Fawkes was involved there. But Austin Oman, well, I've got to say that it still all came from that positive start that he made. Has used track position really well. Kept his nerve out of the final corner. Austin Oman will win heat number 2. We'll check in due course what that means in terms of the final grid. but a good win there for Austin Owen. Not easy at all, these conditions. Logan Rolfe across the line P2, Otis Cleary P3. All of those drivers will be high up the order for the final grid later on today. Benedictus Masiokas was the fastest driver over a single lap in that one. Finishes P4, Oscar Kenny P5, Maria Roberto, another strong result for Maria there. That's a couple of top sixes for Maria now. Eddie Duncan, up 10 spots, was one of your biggest movers in that race. Good result there for Strawberry Racing. Jensen Sale had a really good start to that race, but I don't think he was on the right tyres there. But still gets good points. Didn't lose any positions from where he started. So P8 in the end there. Jensen, Lewis Herbertson and Dexter Petty, that's your top 10. Ted Hayward, Evan Meller, Riley Blakemore, Luke Millward and Jackson Hilton all in the top 15. Ivan Janicevic was 16th in that one, ahead of the biggest mover on the road, Joshua Cook, but 5-second penalty for Joshua, so he will lose... Oh yeah, he will actually lose quite a few positions with that one, back down to around 23rd. Dimi Uzanov, 18th. 19th for Adam Batt and Freddie Blackshaw. Good drive there from Freddie. Up 6 spots into the top 20. Teddy Murphy, Lewis Cacoldi, Noah Wicklow, Chloe McGill, Finley Beals, all in the top 25. Ethan Manzi, Hugo McCluskey, Jack Hill. Good improvement there for Jack Hill. Jack fell off the lead lap in the first race, finishes on the lead lap in that one. Big progress. James Devereaux and Jensen Skeffington all on the lead lap there in not easy conditions at all. That's your top 30. William Moore had a retirement late on, but at the moment it's still classified 31st because it was on the last lap. Thomas Laidler and Finley Fawkes fell off the lead lap, i.e. Moore started that last lap, so he went a little bit further than the 97 and the 165. One retirement in that race, or one non-classification, was Theo Fraha. Hugo Torpy did not take the start at all, unfortunately, in that one. So, Minimax 950, their main final will be at 2:15. We'll get ready for the next race, race number 13, the final heat for Senior Rotax. So the track definitely drying now. That's still damp in places, so it's going to be tricky for our Senior Rotax drivers. We know who's starting on pole for the main final. Freddie Lloyd has booked that in, virtue of winning both Heat 1 and Heat 2. He will not take part in Heat number 3. So all of these drivers who we're about to read out on this grid, they've done one heat. This is their last one. Everybody wants to avoid that 2 o'clock B final if they can. Cian Geraghty starts on pole. Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside on the front row. Jack West and Lewis Gilbert on row 2. Good afternoon to Nana Babs. Barbara Lapper is in for Albie Lapper's first senior event, and Albie starts this one from the inside of row number 3 alongside Harry Freeman. Brandon Truman and Lloyd Hare go from row 4. Good first run from Lloyd, P2 on the road. We'll check whether he kept that in a moment. Ben Ballou and Pearson Bullock Carter, row 5. Joshua Smith and Victor Hansen, row 6. Bailey Waters and Matthias Kjellera start on row 7. Mikey Walker and Reese Bailey on row 8. Noah Barham and Thijs van Wyk go from row number 9. Connor Tubby and Dugas Pravilonis go from its 10th row of the grid. Row 11, Declan Luff and Leon Hasty. Charlie DeMoncos is there as well. Ludwig Beresford and Sam Kelbrick on row 13. Zach Leckie, Drew Preisner. Preisner had a good race in the first one. On row 14. Ruben Mamalok and Oliver Walker complete the top 30 ahead of Stacey Lim, Oliver Smith, Zach Kane, Miles Roby, and that'll be it because Jake Fisher does not take the start of this race. Neither does Oscar Cherovich. And can we see the number 9 out there? Because I am not seeing Jack West coming up on live timing. We'll keep on top of that one as to what's happened there. It's all set then for this race start. It was a very mixed up heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. What are we going to see here in heat number 3? Well, I think the first thing we're going to see is a false start. Because, oh, now, what has happened there? On the pole side of the grid towards the back, the start foam barrier has been completely displaced. The number 92 of Ludwig Beresford was involved. The 223 of Sam Helbig for Ultimate R was involved, and I fear for Sam. Actually, no, I think the car looks okay. He was the one who hit the block there. Just trying to find out. We'll go through what happened in heat number 2 then. It was Lloyd, was PT. I always have to check. That the results have stayed as it was expected. Charman was 3rd. Graham 4th. Bullock Carter 5th. All of that information available via motorsport-timing.co.uk. And yes, indeed. Still not sure where or why we're not seeing the number 9. But should be starting this race quite high up the order as well. Yeah, should be starting 3rd. Should be directly behind Cian Geraghty, and he's not. So I don't think we're going to see Jack, which is a real shame. I've always enjoyed seeing Jack race. Yes, also, well, there you go. Lewis Gilbert has moved to the inside column. Cian Geraghty is also elected to switch onto the left-hand side. That is his right as the pole sitter. Away we go then. 8 minutes underway. And that's a good choice from Cian Geraghty. That wasn't a jump start. The pole sitter had elected to start on driver's left. So he has that right to cross the line ahead of second place. That was a good choice from Cian. The inside line would have been very, very slippery in towards turn 1. That's why at first it's a little bit weird. Why is Antipole running ahead? But all good there for Cian Geraghty. All good pretty much for everybody else in the field. Through hairpin number 2. I reckon we're going to see the track really start to dry out in this one. Good afternoon to Layla Bell. Layla Bell is the newest member of the SlipStream community. He's got one of those SlipStream passes. Lewis Gilbert there in the number 3. Lewis needs a good race here. Still not sure what happened to Lewis in the first race. He was leading, he was comfortable, and then something broke or something went wrong. Into the lead goes Albi Lapper. So Lapper takes the lead, got the run on Geraghty out of the final corner. And for the second time today, Geraghty leads in the early stages, but it's one of his Strawberry Racing teammates who breezes by and takes his race lead away. Albi, of course, won some big races here last year. Really, really stepped up. But now an even bigger challenge, moving up into the seniors where racecraft is absolutely paramount. Decision-making has to be on point. Big hopper curb there from last year's Junior Rotax GP Plate winner. Ben Ballou looking strong there as well. In 4th place, Ben's gained 5 places in the early stages of this race, but has got to get past another Kart Masters winner. Oh, but wheel off for Ben Ballou. Well, he was going so quick, he's driven the wheels off. Rear left failure. Oh, what a shame. Now, I wonder, was that a simple case? This is something that can happen. I am speculating here, folks. A panic in the dummy grid area as another driver's gone off, coming onto the bridge. How many times when decisions on tyres are needing to be made, do we go wet, do we go slicks, gotta beat the gate, gotta beat the buzzer, I wonder, was that rear left ever fully tightened up? Because it popped off very much in the manner of a K-nut going, see you later, I'm not being part of this go-kart anymore. Well, either way, Ben Ballou out of this race. I also wonder as well, that thought's just entered my mind. No number 9, Jack West. Has Jack West missed the gate? We'll try and find that out from our sources around the circuit. But that is another thing that is quite possible in a situation like this, when the conditions are changing, when a last-minute call on tyres is made. Are we not seeing the number 9, and with the same respect, the 96 and the 78, because they've missed the gate? Either way, it's not going to change what happens in this race. They're not out there. but that at least could give some hope that we'll see those drivers again later on. 4 minutes, just over that to go then. Well, here you go, Albie. Here's a nice test for you in your first senior Rotax race. Lewis Gilbert on your rear axle. Lewis Gilbert, who had a great start in 2025 to his senior Rotax racing season, was a points leader in the British Championships in the early phases. Some good results out in Europe as well. Season just kind of fell away a little bit in the second half. They're really looking to go 2 spots further than what he achieved last year. I say a lot of the national runners using this Icebreaker Cup at PF International, the way of literally getting the race rust off ahead of a big racing season. 3 minutes and 30 of this one to go. Lap leads from Gilbert, Freeman, Truman, Fox Whiteley, Geraghty Smith, Bullock Carter, Hare and Hanson. Nana Babs has tuned in. Yes. Possibly right on that one, on that assumption that Jack West missed the gate. So, either way, I'm not going to change things out how running this one. I just hope that it is, because it means we should see them again later on in the day, although they might need to race to be from the B final. Plus 3 second penalty, Ludwig Beresford. That's going to be for a start infringement. I wonder if that was actually for the one, the aborted start, for the incident we saw with the start board being taken out. Change of lead, Gilbert through. Lewis Gilbert takes the lead away from Albie Lapper then. And, well, with Gilbert's misfortune in the second heat of this category, but the first heat for Gilbert, Lewis Gilbert needs this. He needs those points to make sure that he's not in that dreaded B final where absolutely anything could happen, especially on a day where track conditions are changing, not just race to race, but lap to lap. There are your points in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Lloyd, we know, is locked in. No one can get 0 points as well with how this system works. Charman at the moment will be on the outside of row number 1. Albie Lapper right now holding on to the inside of row number 2, which normally I would say is a great place to start, but I'm not so sure that is the case today, because right now that is a damp run into turn number 1. Would rather start P4, but again, that could change between now and the time where we get to those finals. We've also got to deal with Harry Freeman right now. Harry Freeman's looked good so far today. Brandon Truman still there in 4th place. Jared Fox Whiteley running a touch wide there for the Jackson Motorsport team, 5th place right now. Further down the order, oh dear, there's one driver off at hairpin number 2. Might be Zach Kane. Zach Kane's not come through the second sector. Is it the 333? It is the 333 X-Kart machine. And just to make matters worse, Zach's also had a plus 5 second penalty. So that is not going to be a race to write home about. But yes, middle part of the field. Who's coming through? Leon Hasty, not a surprise. 11 places gained in this one. He's actually the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, is Leon. 1 minute 1.16. Yeah, the track really is getting into a drier state now. Who else has had good progress? Miles Roby up 17 places in this one for MLC. Good work there from the number 24. Drew Presner again up 10. And Oliver Smith up 13, 18th and 19th places respectively. 2 laps to go then. Gilbert still leading this one by a second from Albie Lapper. Harry Freeman holding 3rd. Cian Geraghty set a purple sector number 1 last time around, so keep an eye on the yellow helmet, currently running in 6th place. Could have a strong finish here. Oh, it's tried to go down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley. Now I wonder, is there enough grip down that inside line of hairpin number 1 now to make a move? No, I don't think there is. In fact, Geraghty lost the spot there. Pearson Bullock Carter in the green, blue and white of Jack's Motorsports. Time is up, but the final lap board hasn't been seen by the leader yet. So we've still got one more tour of this PF International circuit to go. The track really starting to ramp up now. We're nearly below 60-second lap time, so for anyone in the next race, which will be a Micromax heat, you better have those slick tyres on. And then hope that we don't get any more rain. Steady into hairpin number 1 then. I don't think we're really going to see any changes in this final phase. Everyone knows that right now you're heading through to an A final. You've got a driver at the front of the A final who's looking very, very good. There's very minimal gains that you can make with a big lunge late on this final lap. But for Lewis Gilbert, this will be him back on course. Do the final couple of corners then. Lewis Gilbert back on the horse, back in charge of things in senior Rotax. Takes the final heat. Albie Lapper will be pleased with that one. Yeah, it's not a win, but it's still a very solid result, and he's beaten some strong competition there. Harry Freeman third, Brandon Truman fourth, Pearson Bullock Carter in the top 5. Wins in the battle of the Jack Motorsport duo there. Jared Fox Whiteley sixth. Ian Geraghty, I'm a bit frustrated with that one. Made the right choice to go to driver's left for the race start, get that run through turn number 1, but didn't really seem to have the pace. P7 there for Strawberry Racing. Joshua Smith, Bomber Smith through to P8 ahead of Lloyd Hare and Victor Hanson. Good drive from Victor there as well. Victor needed that after problems in the first his first heat earlier on. Leon Hasty will be in the main final. Won't be at the front of it, but has got good race pace today. Up 12 places there, P11. Tyson Van Wyck will be through as well, up 6 spots to 12th. Matthias Kiala up 13th, Rhys Bailey 14th, Connor Tubby in 15th place. So a good result there for Coles Racing. Miles Roby was your biggest mover in that race, up 18 spots to P16. That might be a performance that gets Miles through directly into a main final. We'll wait and see. Oliver Smith, pretty good as well, up 15 spots to P17. Drew Preisner and Zugas Ravalonis all in the top 20, completed by Bailey Waters. Zach Leckie, Oliver Walker, Ruben Mamelok, Sam Kelbrick and Zizi Lim all in the top 25. Zach Kane, the last of the finishers. That plus 5 second penalty basically means nothing now, because he was well clear of all the rest who didn't see the end of that race. Noah Barham, Declan Luff, Charlie Dumoncost, Ludwig Beresford and Mikey Walker and Ben Ballou with a very spectacular loss of wheel on the left-hand corner. Jack West, Oscar Cherevich and Jack Fisher all did not take the start of the race. Our sources say that at least one of them didn't make the gate, which is easily done at times when the conditions are changing. But that is it for the heats in terms of senior Rotax. The B final will be at 2 o'clock UK time, so that's about an hour and a quarter away. The main final, the A final, will be the last race of the day at 4:15. Do hope you can be with us for that. If you want to be with us for that, or at least be able to watch it back in the first 7 days after today, then you need to sign up now for a new SlipStream membership. This is your first ever SlipStream broadcast brought to you by Alpha Live. And when you get one of those memberships, it gives you live access to all SlipStream event finals. Members are the only viewers who can watch the SlipStream finals live as they happen. And then with the first 7 days as well, they get exclusive access to all premium content, including the full finals broadcast for the first 7 days. This content does then become public to view, so if you're not able to join us, or if you just don't want to, that's okay. It's free to view for the general audience after 1 week. Why is this being done? It's to help and shape the future, to bring that accessibility for grassroots karting. Normally, we wouldn't be able to do this. We wouldn't be able to get the costs, the budget together to bring you a coverage of a TVKC event. It's normally the big ones, your Kart Masters, your national championships. That's where you would be able to get such coverage. But with SlipStream, we can bring more coverage to grassroots karting at the same standards as everything else. Right, with that little bit done, let's get on to the next race. Race 14, Heat 2 for Micromax. Let's quickly run through the grid then for Heat 2 for Micromax, determined by TQ yesterday, of course. So it'll be Freddie Walker on pole again, Hendrix Fallat alongside on the front row, Ben Schlivar and Rafe Owen on row 2, Arlo Gamble and Jem Prakash on row 3, Kian Hay and Sebastian Crawford on row 4, Jensen Darlow and Ronnie Allen row 5, Lenny Barton and William Hatton row 6, Heath Smith and Will Wainwright on row 7 ahead of Jack Gould and Junior Wright on row 8. Kai Surrey and Bobby Slater go from row number 9. Milo Taylor and Caden Hanley start on the 10th row of the grid. Next up on row 11, it's Rudjy Pratap Sakhawat and Jensen Drummond. Rio Pocock for Origin Motorsport starts alongside the first of the RCEs in the last third of the field, Logan Edwards. Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy next on row 13. Ralph Ewer and Lanny Eden on row number 14. Jack Dundee and Oliver Woodall row 15. Archie Gupta and Aurelia Simpson on row 16. Ottilie Simpson completes the 33-strong field. Good afternoon to David Whitehouse. He's doing a lot of work in the background. Yes, that may have been the first 2026 comms curse of a DDMM variety, as we are not on here. That is important. But I am also going to put it on the top. LF1 Ghost said that Ben Ballou was looking quick. I agreed, and the wheel fell off. So I think there's got to be shared culpability. Anyway, Micromax results earlier on looked like this. Seb Crawford, really strong performance from Seb Crawford in the first heat. Fastest warm-up this morning as well. 4 seconds clear of Freddie Walker, Dan Prakash, Benjamin Schlivar and Jen Darlow. Remember again, motorsport-timing.co.uk is where you can get all the information and the links. It all goes from there. Lovely website from Ian Rogers and co. And Des and Yasmin up in timekeeping today at the circuit. Again, everybody gets through. No threat of a B final for some of our youngest drivers in the paddock here today. But a track that's changed a lot since they were last out on circuit. There are your points at the moment from race number 1. So, of course, Crawford 0, having been first in that race. Walker 2, Prakash 3, Schlivar 4, and Darlow 5. 2 drivers that may have missed the gate. We've not got Milo Taylor. We haven't got Ralph Ewer on the grid for this one. As do we go green this time? Yes, we do. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway then for the second heat in Micromax. Through the first couple of corners we go then. It looks like Hendrix Fallat in that bright yellow and black machine. But a very good start indeed. Through towards the bridge then for the first time. Quite a fast start, so the field has already spread out a bit. 7.5 minutes to go. Oh, big attack coming in there. Was that from Rafe Owen in the number 31? Yes, I think it was. Rafe had a bit of problems in the first heat, if I remember correctly. Into the Fullerton S's then. Freddie Walker looking to get back into the lead of this one. It's there in number 13 for KR Sports. Those distinctive purple, blue and white colours. Let's count them through at the end of this first lap then. That really good start for Hendrix Fallat has been converted into an early race lead and is defending now from Freddie Walker as they go down towards turn number 1. Rafe Owen third. Jane Prakash has had a good start as well. So Jane up to P4 now. Oh dear, out of the race. That's Bobby Slater. Bobby Slater out of the race here. Doing a good amount of racing at other circuits. I think this might be Bobby's first time at PF, but do correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Change to the lead. Walker through past Fallat into the lead. Pretty simple move down there into turn 1. The yellow flags out through the Fullerton S's. So no overtaking through that part of the course. Rafe Owen has got through past James Prakash. That was before they got to the Fullerton S's, though. As Owen runs a bit wide, and James Prakash is going to hold that inside line. Great move from James Prakash there. That's the confidence in James Prakash now that maybe this time last year wasn't quite there. But Jane, having done a good couple of years in Honda Cadet, switched over to Micro Max now. Looking to have a really good season. Keep an eye on Cian Hay as well. Cian, KR Sport, 5th place. 1 minute 10.73. The first driver under the 1 minute 11 barrier has been joined now by Sebastian Crawford in that respect. So we're now starting to get more into a traditional HEATS style, particularly in the cadet categories where it's all about momentum, keeping your momentum up, work together, don't fight too hard. Especially as this top two at the moment have got a second clear of the rest of the field. Just to note that, yes, Bobby Slater has stopped out there on circuit. He's not been able to rejoin this race. But again, the good news is everybody goes through. Everybody gets a final of some sort. And 2:35 is when we will see the final for Micro Max. The finals will be longer as well, of course. The main finals, they'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap when we get to them later on this afternoon. Freddie Walker, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 9.55. So once again, the tyres coming up to temperature now. And there's a look at what would be the order for the grid ahead of the final. Crawford slipping to 3rd as things would stand. Walker would inherit pole position, virtue of a 2nd in race number 1. And then at the moment, a 0 score for a win here in heat number 2. Good work between these drivers at the front because they are quicker at the moment than the pack behind. Gap between 2nd and 3rd is extended out to one of the best part of 2 seconds now. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note that, yeah, Freddie has changed teams this year as well. So was race... Oh, it was a bit wide there for Prakash, and through will go Owen. Cian Hay trying to take advantage as well of that situation. Sebastian Crawford has gained a position, has got past Arlo Gamble on that lap. He's up to P6. Further down the order, good progress for the likes of Will Wainwright. Will's up 5 spots to P9 as, now a little bit of a breaking of the ranks here as there's a mistake, unfortunately, from Walker, and Fallat's through. So Hendricks Fallat went on the attack there and managed to force an error out of the number 13. And look at it now, Hendricks has broken away here. That's Iris Karting, latest member of the new SlipStream community. Thank you for your support. Comments coming in. Remember as well, if you are a SlipStream member, pop a comment in. It comes in bright green on my screen here, so I can definitely read it out. Whoa, bit wide there was Wraith Owen. That was a heart-in-mouth moment out on the geo block. Really well there to get that back on circuit. That has given another position back to Sebastian Crawford. Now Sebastian needs to get further up the order here because right now 5th place would convert through to 5 points. Yeah, but still actually no, it's not too far away because Walker now with 2 second places would be on 4. So 2 more positions on the road for Crawford, and Crawford can still take pole position for the final here. That's why winning one of these heats can make quite a difference, because it's not just 1 point difference, it's that extra point that just gives you a little boost. There's the number 44 of James Prakash, now back up 3rd place. Really looked to have settled into the Sam Pollitt Racing morning very nicely indeed. Here's a little bit further back in the order. A couple of our novices going wheel to wheel there. The 88 of Jack Dundee, the 112 of Jensen Drummond. Also in there, I think you've got Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy. Walker refining the pace now. Freddie Walker's just set the fastest lap of the race, so roles reversed. It's now Falat being put under a bit of pressure, and in fact has lost the lead. Walker's taken the lead there. That makes the job for Sebastian Crawford much harder now. Crawford is up to P4. Still, right now Walker should be on 2 points. Once the timing updates at the end of this lap. Look at this, Walker really stretching away from Falat now. The tide has really turned in this race. Time will expire on this tour of the circuit, so one more lap for the drivers. Crawford up to third. Now remember, if the points are tied at the end of the heats, we then go back to timed qualifying. And the positions from that part of the day act as the tiebreaker. Now, what's happening there? Falat trying to get through round Walker. Sorry, that confused me for a moment. So Aurelius Simpson and Otterly Simpson. There were too many KR Sport carts for my brain to fathom there. But the Simpsons just going off the lead lap. It now means that we're back to these two here of Walker and Falat for the race lead. Walker's still in the position where if the number 13 finishes this race first, it'll be pole position for Freddie Walker when we get to the final later on today. I like the spirit here from Freddie Walker. It would have been very easy for a driver, when they lose the lead, to just let the shoulders drop and go, this isn't going to be my race. But Freddie's held in well here. But still got a job to do around this tricky circuit. See those wet patches off the main racing line. One mistake, one wheel on one of those, and that could be disaster. Oh, that's nearly disaster. Oh, it is for Hendrix Falat. Oh, second race in a row where he's fallen out of second place on the last lap. Now, this is going to be interesting in terms of the points. Oh, and Falat spins again out of the final corner. We saw it at hairpin 2 in race 1. Hendrix Falat falls down to P9. Oh no, that's such a shame. I say that's not the same corner, but a very similar situation to what we saw in race number 1. Walker wins it from Crawford. Now that will mean that we've got the tiebreaker situation again, and it still goes Walker's way, because Walker had a better time through time qualifying yesterday. They will both share the front row when we get to the final later on today. Rafe Owen third, Ronnie Allen fourth. In fact, Ronnie Allen, great drive there, up 6 places across the course of that one. Jay Prakash in the top 5 again. Arlo Gamble, Kian Hay, Will Wainwright, Hendrix Falat and Kai Surrey all in the top 10 there. Darlow, Hatton, Smith, Chacoart and Hanley all in the top 15. Pocock, Edwards, Woodall, Lovejoy and Wright take us down to 20th place. Hitch, Drummond, Schlivar, Gupta, Gold, Dundee, Barton, Eden, Aurelius Simpson and Otterly Simpson take us down to 30th. One retirement from that race was Bobby Slater on the first lap of the race. Milo Taylor and Ralph Ewer did not take the start. So Micromax, their final will be 2:35 later on today. And do hope you can be with us for that. Welcome to Graham Salter. Graham is our latest Slipstream pass holder. So Graham will be with us for the finals as they happen later on today. And as I say, we'll see the micros later on. 3 more heats to go before we get to those finals. Water Swift is up next. So a short few moments before we get to Water Swift heat number 2. Just a recap of what we saw from heat number 1. Chester Forks took the win from pole position, so we'll enter this this second heat as the intermediate points leader. Hero Say for Fusion Motorsport was second. Charlie Clough third. Alfie Davidson from the back of the grid, and we'll be starting this one from the back of the grid as well. P4. Mason Hibbert P5 ahead of Oliver Say, Dimi Uzanov, Bodie Batch, Ethan Robinson and Effin Owen, all in the top 10. So again, if you want to have a look at all of those results, motorsport-timing.co.uk and then follow things through. Just looking through as well for any other bits of news whilst we're waiting for the grid to be confirmed for this one, which, as you know, I think the grid has now been confirmed. So let's take you through the starting order for this next 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. Chester Forks will start on pole position once again in this one. Mason Hibbert will join the E-plate holder on the front row. Ilyas Sami and Bodie Batch will be on row number 2. Hero Tsay and Margus Kvetskis will go from row 3. Kvetskis had a bit of bad luck in the first race. Dimi Uzanov and Oliver Tsay are on row number 4. It's then Charlie Clough and Travis Giddings completing the top 10. Giddings could do with a good result in this one. Effin Owen and Roger Golkanath go from row number 6. Teddy Higgs and Ethan Robinson start on row 7. Finley Bedford and Oliver Kleinfelter go from row 8. Hugo Williamson and Reggie Chandler on row 9. Ronnie Faulkner and Frank Morris on the penultimate row of the grid, row 10. Piran Brooks and Alfie Davidson complete the 22-strong field. Hello to Dirk once again, cheering on one of our drivers from the previous race, up 6 places for Ronnie Allen. Keep your comments, keep your messages of support coming on in. If you're just joining us, track conditions, dry-ish main racing line, still very damp on the main racing line. Slick tyres the order of the day. Overtaking still tricky in places. Through the hairpins, it's predominantly going for the outside line. A couple more races in terms of heats to go after this for our free-to-air part of the race day. X30 Junior and Senior second heat coming up after this. Clever bit of driving being done by the likes of Ethan Robinson and Alfie Davidson on that formation lap. Testing out the inside line on hairpin number 1. Now, it's still looking to me a little bit too greasy on corner exit to successfully get an overtake done. But that's a clever bit of use of the formation lap there by those two particular drivers. Will that information gained serve them well through the first part of this race? So, Chester Forks, E-plate holder from last summer. Holds that plate for 12 months from when he won it, so he's still got a few more months on that one if he wants. If he wins this race, gets pole position for the final. Very, very straightforward situation there. We're green, we're racing, 8 minutes underway once again. Good start for Chester Forks. Gets across, 2 drivers left. Doesn't get compromised by starting on the inside. Good getaway there. There's a spinner coming under the bridge. There's 3 spinners coming under the bridge. We'll try and track who those were in a moment's time. One of them might have been a Fusion, judging by the flash of orange and blue that I could see under the bridge there. Yeah, I think it was Oliver Say. Oliver Say has not come through sector number 1 yet. Roger Golkanath is also delayed. I think Ronnie Faulkner for Tim Wilson Motorsport also has had problems there in the early stages. Hello to Henry Clark. Good to see you, Henry. Latest member of the Slipstream Pass holders community. The top 3 breaking away there. Sammy down the inside of Mason Hibbert. Hibbert takes second place. Chester Forks still leading this one at the end of lap number 1 and has got a bit of support now in the shape of Ilyas Sami behind. Both of them have been running with the DK Academy recently. My former world champion Danny Curl, of course. Bit of a job to be done here for that second group, that Batch, Uzanov, Kvetskis, Hero Say group. 1.5 seconds the gap now between third and fourth place, and Nathan Hibbert looking a bit vulnerable right now as well, and that he's not really part of this top two. Now the track's back into a more conventional condition in terms of grip out there. I worry that Mason Hibbert could be caught and swallowed up by that pack if he's not too careful. Although that was a good run through sector number 2 from the Fusion Motorsport driver in the number 8. Solid season for Mason last year in the national championships to get that number 8 plate. Could be a factor, a driver to keep an eye on for 2026. So another lap ticks on by. Fawkes and Sammy very much line astern at the moment, working together, looking to drop Mason Hibbert, and they've got good pace down the straights there. In the mid-pack, Ethan Robinson, good start for Ethan, up 5 places into the top 10. Reggie Chandler as well is also on the move, I can report, up 7 places to P11, is having a good fight with Teddy Higgs. And Alfie Davidson, not a surprise to hear that Alfie Davidson is also improving, up 9 places at the moment into 13th place. 5 minutes remaining, still plenty of time for these two to sort things out. Chester Fawkes and Ilyas Sammy. Both of them raced at the Miami Warriors final in Valencia at the back end of last season and impressed a lot of people. Not too many people outside of the British X30 and Water Swift racing community were perhaps expecting these two to feature high up the order at the world level event at the end of the season, but they did. And they learnt a lot along the way as well that should stand them in good stead for this 2026 season. Changes further down the order again. Uzanov is through into 4th place ahead of Bodie Batch. Maybe a bit of a turn of who's leading at the front of that group, trying to hunt down Mason Hibbert in 3rd place at the moment. Hero Say is also through, past Margaret Skavetsky's for P6. Alfie Davidson now up 10 positions into 12th, has just taken that one away from Ethan Owen. Right now, how things would look in terms of intermediate scores, it would be Fawkes on pole position, Hibbert alongside on the front row, Hero Say and Dimi Uzanov on row 2, Charlie Clough and Bodie Batch on row number 3. How is Charlie Clough getting on in this one? He's in 8th place right now, then 1 place from where he started the number 51 XL Motorsport machine. Water Swift engines singing down the main straight then into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Really good work here from Fawkes and Sammy. This is perfect. This is absolutely what they should be doing from a tactical perspective. No overtaking, no trading positions back and forth. Just keeping this train going. And each sector pulling, I say, not even a 10th here and a 10th there. At the moment, 23.2s through sector number 1. They are 3 or 4 tenths quicker than Mason Hibbert. Really tough position for Mason Hibbert to be in because he's got nobody to help him at this precise moment. He is going to get swallowed up by Uzanov, Batch and Say. He might have a chance of coming back or having a good scrap. I think the damage is going to be done here because 2.5 minutes to go. Best part of 3.5 seconds the gap between the first two and then that's what's going to be second group in a few moments' time. Chester Fawkes also with that points advantage doesn't necessarily need to win this race. So Ilyas Sammy, who at the moment isn't inside of course, because we saw Ilyas have a problem on the last lap of the first race. So actually Ilyas could do with the points here to potentially move up the order, but I don't think if they're going to make that switch, they won't make it yet. No need to make it yet. I'll just carry this through for the next lap or so, while still continuing to grow that gap. Mason Hibbert has been caught, so Dimi Uzanov at least is there now to hopefully increase the pace both for himself and for Hibbert. 2 engines better than 1. Bit of drafting, bit of shake and bake along the way. Margus Kvetskis is through as well into 5th place. He's got that position back ahead of HEATS and Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch has had a tough lap there. Has actually fallen down to 8th place. Now back down below Charlie Clough, unfortunately. Alfie Davidson is now 9th. Trouble for Alfie as, here's a challenge from Ilyas Sami, a little bit earlier than I was expecting. Still 60 seconds on the clock to go. Davidson up to P9, 13 positions gained, very good. Trouble is, field spread. I think that's as high as Davidson's going to get. Davidson is a very quick driver. I don't think he's quite going to be able to find 4 seconds up to that group ahead in the space of a lap and a half. But you never know. If that's that group from 5th down to 8th start fighting quite hard, but even still, 4 seconds is a gargantuan amount of time in karting. 20 seconds to go then. Chester Forks has fended off this first little attack from Ilyas Sami. The 2 DK Academy drivers are going to have 2 more laps in. That's why I thought it was a little bit early from Ilyas Sami to go for that attack, because there's still time on the board. 4 seconds of it as they come over the line. Now is the point where normally you would start to see an attack coming in. Not this time from Ilyas Sami. There's the second duo. Uzanov has got through past Hibbert for 3rd place. Alfie Davidson, a new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 6.36, but it's simply it's too far back. Too far back as there's a change for the lead. Off goes Forks. Forks into the wall now. If he can get back on, he could still potentially have pole position for the final. Rejoins ahead of Kvetskis. Loses out to Clough as well. Now he's going to fall. He's going to fall down to 8th place here, but that's going to move Mason Hibbert up 1 spot. I think that's cost Chester Forks pole position for the final. Ilyas Sami has the lead of this race. We did say that he needed the points because he was a long way down the order in the intermediate points heading into this race, because he retired from race number 1. Things are going to shake out now on the scores. Sami obviously to 0 points, Uzanov 2, Hibbert 3. I think Hibbert's score is going to drop to 7 here. No, he's going to stay on 8. Forks is still in pole position right now. 7th place means he's got a 1-point lead. Probably not aware of that right now. Chester's going to have bigger things on his plate right now than trying to do a maths exam whilst flying around PF. But now things are changing again, because HEATS saves up the order up to 6 points. Chester Forks has gained a couple of places through the first sector. Who's in a race against HEATS here, who finished 2nd in the first race. Ilyas Sami then through the last couple of corners, through Bobby Game into the complex. Had his teammate under pressure, pounced going onto that penultimate lap, and he's going to take the heat win. Good stuff from Ilyas Sami. Really is a changed driver from 12 months ago. Uzanov P2, Hibbert P3. Where are the rest of them going to come across the line? 4th Clough, 5th Say, 6th Forks. Forks takes it by 1 point. Chester Forks holds on despite that spin to pole position in the main final for Water Swift later on today. But but now on our screens, investigation underway for kart number 26, Ilyas Sami. So the race officials are going to take a look at that, and we'll leave them to that to make their decisions before the final. So this one isn't done yet, folks. Not by a long shot. So Ilyas Sami provisionally is your race winner. Dimitar Uzanov P2, Mason Hibbert P3, Charlie Clough P4. HEATS say 5th will be alongside Chester Forks on the front row for the final later on today. Margus Kvetskis P7, Bodie Batch P8, Alfie Davidson P9. Davidson could still be a factor in the final because he's got really good race pace. Top 10 completed by Ethan Owen, Ethan Robinson P11, Reggie Chandler up 6 in that spot to P12. Oliver Say 13th, Oliver Kleinfelter 14th, Travis Giddings, Teddy Higgs, Hugo Williamson, Finley Bedford, Rudra Golkanath and Frank Morris all in the top 20. Ronnie Faulkner, P21, and Piran Brooks, the last of the 22 finishers. Everyone who started that race finished that race, which is always good to say. Right, so Water Swift final will be kind of in the middle of our finals today. It'll be 2:55 for that one. We're going to move on, though, because the last heat of X30 Junior is up next. So a little pause before we get into the X30 Junior second heat. Shenton, Rocco Leon Shenton was your winner from race number 1. Aaron Richardson, P2. George Edgar, despite having no, that's a change. George Edgar had a penalty, which dropped him from 2nd to 3rd. Alfie Brown was P4. 5th in the end for George House. 6th for Harley Musk, Max Mason, George Clark and Jacob Marples all in the top 10. It was quite a few front fairings in that first heat for X30 Junior. So plenty of the plus 5s coming in on that occasion. I think we can take you through the grid then for X30 Junior in a moment's time. And of course, this is a grid set by time qualifying yesterday here at PF International for the 2026 Icebreaker Cup. Rocco Leon Shenton starts on pole position. Aaron Richardson alongside on the front row. Archie Rogers-Tyler needs a good one here. Had bad fortune in race heat number 1, I should say. He's on row 2 alongside Alfie Brown. Katie Donaldson and Max Mason go from row 3. It's Jack McLaughlin and George Edgar going from 4. Freddie Wood and Jacob Marples form out the rest of the top 10 for the start of this race. Enzo Butterazzi and Finley Hines on row 6. Jacob Backler and George Clark go from 7. It's then Night Measures and Luca Narroway in the midfield on row 8. Sugmani Kira had a tough time in her first race. Starts this one from row 9 alongside S8 Racing's Barney Copley. Harley Musk and George Quinlan complete the top 20 on row 10. James Nolan and Ryan Meta go from 11. It's then Charlie Blenkinsop and George House from row 12. Lewis Hay and Ethan Woodward go from row 13, ahead of Hayden Fisher and Matt Say on row 14. Ayrton Limmer Evans stepping into Junior X30 this year. Starts on row 15 for Tim Wilson Motorsport alongside Katie Clark. Aaron Burhofer and Joseph Davies go from row 16. Callum Graham completes the 33-strong field. Everybody goes through to the main final in this one. And a good welcome to the Slipstream family, to both Henry Hales Racing. Henry's had a very good racing few years in Bambino categories. And Tyler Colling as well. Hello, Tyler. Are now on board for the finals later on today. Remember, if you want to be with us live as they happen for the finals later on this afternoon, and we're not that far away because we've only got one more race of the free-to-air heats after this, then you can join. You can join as a Slipstream member. Big thanks to our current members. You can watch the full broadcast live and uninterrupted from start to finish. This coverage of this Trent Valley Kart Club event is subsidised by you, the Slipstream, powered by Alpha Live members. It simply could not happen without Slipstream. If you want to see the finals live, click join below or hit the link in the description. It takes about a minute, less than a minute, to get your Slipstream pass. It's a monthly rolling sub, and you can cancel it at any time. It's not one of those that lock you in for 2 years and everything else. You can cancel it at the end of the month if you want. And if you don't want to join today, if you can't join today, that's okay. All of the content from today, all of the heats and those finals today as well will be free and available 7 days after the racing action here at PF. So, last heat in X30 Junior before we get to the finals. And this was quite a spicy one earlier on today. So, if you want to watch that back, you can. That's Ian Brown as well. He's just joined up and got his slipstream pass. Hello to Ricky Williams once again, cheering on Charlie Blenkinsop in this race, starting from, I want to say around 23rd place in this one. So still a simple situation here for Shenton. If Shenton wins this race, it'll be pole position for the final. Richardson could take it if he wins this race and Shenton is lower than second. Jacob Ashler and Aaron Berhofer not in this race, according to the information that we have here at the commentary position. So once again, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap then. Can Rocco Lynn Shenton secure pole position for the Icebreaker Cup final here at PF? Green lights on the display straight away then into turn number 1. Oh dear, 4 drivers, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers all off. That's going to be slick tyres running into the damp part of the circuit on driver's left. We keep going, but a number of drivers are having a bit of a job on their hands. And it's not just that they're off the back of the field now. They're going to have plenty of damp, wet, grass, nothing that you'd like on your slick tyres on there. Oh dear, there's another spin there for one of the Mick Barrett racing machines. Was that George Edgar going for a spin? I think it might have been. George has not come through sector number 1 yet. Neither has Archie Rogers Tyler. Luca Narroway, I think, was caught up in that. Night Measures as well. Quite a few big hitters getting caught out by the conditions there. There's going to be a very jumbled up order at the end of lap number 1, but not jumbled up for Rocco Lee and Shenton. Shenton has got quite a lead at the end of lap number 1 from Aaron Richardson. 3rd place is Max Mason there. Oops, off is the number 88 of Katie Clark. Katie rejoins the circuit. That will have been at Bobby Game Corner. Right, well, I think it's probably easier for me to read through who hasn't come through on time at the end of lap number 1. George Edgar was one of them. Alfie Brown, Enzo Butterazzi. Enzo, at least in this race, didn't start the first one, had a problem on the formation lap. Callum Graham, Night Measures, Luke Narroway, Ethan Woodward, Katie Clark has seen, and Archie Rogers Tyler all in trouble on the first lap. Means you've got some drivers who've moved up a huge number of positions. Kira up 9, Nolan up 9, Blenkinsop up 10, George House up 9 as well. As the race continues on. Move for 3rd place. Katie Donaldson has got through past Max Mason for 3rd in this heat at the moment. Katie started the first heat very strongly as well. Be looking for a more consistent amount of pace through the middle part of this race. Did fall outside the top 10 earlier on today. And that's one of the things that drivers can do with this heats format. They can learn a lot from one race to the next. And hello to Joanna Omar, the latest member of the Slipstream Pass holders community. If you are a member, the plan is don't need to change broadcasts. You don't need to change YouTube links and URLs. If you're a member, simply stay with us here at PF for those Icebreaker Cup finals and continue to watch the coverage live as it happens here today. So Shenton leads by just under a second, but his top 2 have got nearly 5 seconds on the rest of the field. Here's the fight for 5th place. This is Jacob Mark, the MDL machine blue and white livery, and Jack McLaughlin behind there. A bit of a Brennan Tech livery, if I've got my eyes plugged in. Directly behind them, Sukmani Kira. Big year for Sukmani Kira, the Alpine Race Her Academy driver. Currently going wheel to wheel with Freddie Wood. It's going to take me a while to get used to seeing Freddie Wood in Fusion Motorsport colours, because he's raced with Jamie Green Racing for the past couple of years. Actually, a bit of a Fusion Motorsport subclass is broken out inside the top 10. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th for their drivers right now. Hello to Beverly Aston, who's joined in the fun for the finals later on today. Good move down the inside there by Freddie Wood. Gets through past Jack McLaughlin for 6th place. Monikira looking around the outside there as well. Freddie Wood cuts him back to the inside. That's a good response from Jack McLaughlin. This is hard when you're racing up against members of all one team. In the end, he loses out to Kira and to George Clark as well. George Clark had a really, really good year in Miami Water Swift last year. Won quite a few big races at a national level. It's another one of those drivers who's moved up now into the junior categories. Has, a bit wide there. Jacob Marples, that was very close to the padded barrier that marks pit exit and protect pit exit from those going at full speed. And that's why it's there, because that was a really, really Larry moment for Jacob Marples, but he holds on to 5th place. But you can see when drivers go off the racing line, they really, really are going to be struggling for grip. But that drier part of the course is widening. Kira down the inside. That's a key move. That's the first time we've seen someone dive to the inside of hairpin 1 and it's stuck. Well done, Sukmani Kira. That was a brave move on a teammate, and it's got her up to 6th place. Hello to Henry Hales and family again. A wet day here in Wales. Enjoying watching the racing at PF and listening to the commentary. Thank you very much. If you're enjoying the commentary, it really does help out. A little follow on the old social medias at Andrew Manor Commentary and at _MM as well. 2.5 minutes this race to go then. Shenton looking comfortable, 60.98 seconds last time around, new fastest lap of the race. 1.3 seconds clear of Aaron Richardson. Donaldson still third from Mason, Marples, and then Kira completing the top 6 right now. And he screens is James Nolan. James has had a good run, Rob. Managed to get through all the happenings of lap 1. And he's up 10 places right now. Just outside that top 10. Here's your battle for 5th place then. Jacob Marples for MDL Motorsport. MDL took some big wins here last year around PF. So they know how to set up a kart for this particular circuit. So Mani Kira, I think her 2025 can be summarised as knocking on the door a lot. Really enjoyed her racing. Took that big step from Water Swift to juniors last year. This is why it could be a really, really big year for Sukmani Kira, because she's got a year's experience under her belt in this category. Could have had a really big result at Kart Masters in the summer. And now sticks it down the inside and nails it again. Oh, good exit though from Marples. Off of hairpin number 1. That time didn't quite work. She's going for that move down the inside. Oh, loses out though. Got compromised off of hairpin number 2. Freddie Wood back through into 6th place. .45 seconds remaining on the clock then. Leader just over the line. 2 more laps to go then. Another new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. 1 minute 0.56 this time around. Just to note some of our drivers further down the order. Now, before we get to that, technical flag for Ethan Woodward. What has happened there? Ethan currently running in 26th place. That'll be a safety concern. Oh dear, who's off the road there? It's one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport machines. It's a novice. Oh, it's Ayrton Limmer-Evans. Ayrton Limmer-Evans in the number 65. It's one of the drivers who's come through from the arrive and drive. Has gone in big here into Junior X30. And a steep learning curve for Ayrton. There's your driver in 2nd place then, Aaron Richardson. I think what happened there for Ayrton? Went off at the Fullerton S's. That can happen. And then as he came back on, then flipped it round on wet slick tyres. So very, very easily done. Again, all these drivers will make it through. Off goes Ayrton Limmer-Evans again. That's a dramatic one. A big, big spin. Gets back onto circuit. And I think he's just going to pull to drivers left. Oh, that is not going to be a friendly kart for this final lap of the race. Shenton has seen the last lap board. These two have been the class of the field so far today in X30 Junior. George Edgar, meanwhile, has partially recovered. It's back up the order into the top 20. But for Rocket Lee and Shenton, they'll be happy with this. Didn't have to fight for this one as hard as the first heat. This response, this result will take him through to pole position for the X30 Junior Final later today here at the Icebreaker Cup. Wins by 1.8 seconds from Aaron Richardson. Good drive from Katie Donaldson. We were looking for a better run through the middle part of the race. We got it. Katie comes home third in that one for the race team. Max Mason P4 ahead of Jacob Marples, who holds off a trio of fusions. Freddie Wood 6th, George Clark 7th, Safani Kira 8th. And then it was Jack McLaughlin and Harley Musk completing the top 10. George House across the line P11 ahead of James Nolan. George Edgar 13th in the end in that one. Barney Copley 14th ahead of Charlie Blenkinsop. Good drive there from Charlie at 8 spots. Alfie Brown recovered to 16th, was ahead of Hayden Fisher, up 10 spots and 17th for Jack Dex Racing. Finley Hines, Lewis Hay and Enzo Butterazzi all in the top 20 in that one. Night Measures 21st ahead of Lucan Arroway. We're into the ones now who all had problems on that first lap, running wide in the slippery conditions. 22nd for Lucan Arroway, 23rd for George Quinlan, Joseph Davis, Max Say, Callum Graham, all down to 26th place. Archie Rogers-Tyler has had a miserable day so far, but he's still got the final, hopefully, to turn things around. P27, Orion Meta, P28, and then retirements in that one for Jacob Backler, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Ethan Woodward, Katie Clark, and Aaron Verhoefer was a non-starter. So, Junior X30 final will be at 3:15 later today. If you want to be with us for that, join down below to the SlipStream community. Get your SlipStream pass to continue watching this SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. Welcome to Stephen Wooden, who's done that in the last few moments. Last heat coming up then. 16 of them gone, 1 to go. Senior X30 Heat 2 is up next. So we go into the last heat of this part of the day before we move on to initially the B finals and then our main finals later on in the afternoon. Let's take you through how things are looking in the intermediate positions going into this race. It's quite simply the race result of heat number 1. So Lewis Bird at the moment is on 0 points, having won that race. Freddie Lloyd second with 2. Joey Brown third, Jack Nettleship fourth, Hayden Eldridge fifth. Those are your front runners heading into this one. Here's how they line up for heat number 2 then. Fast Freddie Lloyd, the reigning British champion, starts this one from pole position, virtue of that time qualifying performance yesterday. Lewis Bird will go wheel to wheel with him once again towards turn number 1. Will start on the outside of row 1. Nat Johnston, pretty quiet in race number 1, will start on the inside of row 2 alongside Aaron Brown. Hayden Eldridge will start on row number 3 alongside Joey Brown. Sam Lewis and Sebastian Mins returning to X30 action. They're on row number 4. Max Ewell and Jack Nettleship row 5. Jack Dan and Alfie Gallagher row 6. Alex Wiley and Ryan Gill go from row 7. It's then Daniel Pridgen and Pietro Jurovic on row 8. Cameron Edmonds and Oliver Meek on row 9. Alexander De Benedictis and Jamie English on row 10. Laith Khan and Monty Brathwaite on row 11. Ethan Higgins and Jack Owen Drawbridge on row 12. Warren Russell and Jack Brockwell on row 13. Liam Karabelov and Bailey Brooker on row 14. Dorian Malak and James Harris on row 15. Oscar Cole, William Omar row 16. Don Powerbock and Archie Cole row 17. Ryan Stairs leads the 35 strong field. There's Freddie Lloyd, getting everything up to temperature then. Hello to Lawrence Boynton on board for the finals here today. Good to have you with us, Lawrence. This is going to be a falsie because they are not warmed up yet. Now, where is Freddie Lloyd? Sorry, that confused me for a moment then, because Freddie was in a premium karting entry last year, and he's not today in the Strawberry Racing outfit. I don't think we've got the number one. Something's happened here. Is this another case of missing the gate? Lewis Bird is definitely there in the number 7. Number 7, which sometimes if you've not got your eyes put in like me, can be like number 1. Yes. Oh, now have we got a bit of a developing situation here then? Now this would really change things for X30 seniors. Looking at some of the documentation sources at my end just to see if there was any problems. No, I'm not seeing anything of that nature. But yeah, there's Lewis Bird in the number 7. The number 6 of Aaron Brown is there. The number 15 of Nat Johnston is there. But we are missing a number 1 of Freddie Lloyd. He's missing from timing as well. Ah, there he is. Now I wonder, has Fred been in the pits, been in the repair area? It's potentially what I'm hearing in my ear, and has re-emerged. So no false alarm. We're back on board. Green lights, 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Not a good start for Lloyd, though. Really not good start for Lloyd. Out wide, falling down the order. So if there is a technical problem with that kart, it doesn't look like it's been repaired. Good news for Lewis Bird fans. Lewis Bird into the lead of this race then in the early stages. Nat Johnston, Nat Stappen up to P2 then in the early stages. Hayden Eldridge has had a great start as well. He's running third there in the green and white TVKC S8 racing machine. Easy for me to say. Out of hairpin number 2 then. Damage there by the looks of things on the number 87. That's going to be Oscar Cole. Oscar, who had problems in the first heat for X30 Senior as well. So things changing quite a fair bit here in Senior X30. Freddie Lloyd in trouble here on this first lap. There is your new race leader, Lewis Bird. Nat Johnston P2, Hayden Eldridge. Sam Lewis has had a good start as well. The second of those sky blue and white premium karting machines in P4. Aaron Brown P5. Alexander De Benedictis has had a really good start as well. The SWRD entry, kart number 46, up 8 positions, just outside the top 10 now. And good afternoon as well to Nicola Hilton, who's the latest individual to sign up for a Slipstream pass. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go then. Bird not needing to push too hard at the moment. Just trying to keep things contained as things stand. Apologies for the technical gremlins with timing. We'll bring you that back in a short moment's time. The recognisable faces of Lewis Bird, Nat Johnston still in lead of this race. Other changes, Sebastian Minns up to P7. At the start of this new lap. It's just got past Jack Nettleship. Under investigation now, Freddie Lloyd. Now, what could that be for? I'm hearing that there was possibly some repair work going on for Freddie Lloyd's number 1 kart. See, this is where you get into the realms of, has that been done correctly? Has it been done in the right place? Has it been done at the right time? Has the driver involved then retaken their position back on the rolling grid in the correct map? All sorts of things that could be going on there. We'll bring you updates on that as and when we receive it. Keep an eye on motorsport-prime.co.uk for all the latest information. All of the officials' decisions appear on there as well. Technical flag is out as well for the 175. Max Ewell's race is over. Not sure what for, and in fact Max is already in. So that Mick Barrett machine will not continue. Mechanical failure flag also going out for Warren Russell, who is also now in. I reckon we're now down to 32-33 running in this race. No problems though for Lewis Bird. Leading this one, and right now has an 8-point advantage over the driver directly behind, Nat Johnston. So Nat wouldn't take pole position if he was able to find a way past Lewis Bird, but he would start to strengthen his position versus others in this category in the intermediate points. The likes of Hayden Eldridge also on 8 points at the moment. Joey Brown as well on 9. Latest notification in from race control, William Omar, plus 5-second penalty. The driver with number 41, currently running in not 46th place, nobody would be on 46th place. The number 46, 41 rather, in 26th place. That's what I was trying to get to there. 3.5 minutes of this one to go then. Nat Johnston had a very solid season last year and is not afraid to get stuck in, just like that, right on cue down the inside, and that's a key move there to witness for the rest of the competition. That was a good conventional inside of hairpin 2 move there, so the inside of that corner is starting to grip up now as well. But the last time I had the pleasure of watching that race was at the Miami Warriors fight. Not in the next category, though. He had to go in the up-and-coming S125 category, which has not appeared here in the UK yet. It was having a bit of an exhibition race at the Miami Warriors final in Valencia back end of last year. Big move went in there. I think that was Aaron Brown going for an overtake. No, apologies. No, it was Joey Brown going in. Number 11 moves up the order for Fusion Motorsport. Through the Fullerton S's once again. Alexander De Benedictis' strong race is continuing to note. Now into the top 10. The number 46 for the SWRD team has just got past Alfie Gallagher in the R1 race number 14. Oh, well, that's not so good news for Joey Brown. Plus 5-second penalties just come in. And again, even more costly now with the track drying out because the field spread isn't as large. So right now that would drop Joey down to, well, it would drop him outside of the top 10 as things stand. Further down the order, Liam Karabelov up 10 spots. That'll please the ranks of Jade Racing Team. Solidly in the top 20 now. Has changed for the lead. Johnston through past Lewis Bird then. We noted a few laps to go. He's still looking pretty good for Nat Johnston here. 0.39 of a second ahead of Lewis Bird. There is the battle for third between the two Browns. Not related, not spelt the same. Only one not. So Brown holding on to that third place. We need to keep an eye on Sebastian Mins though. It's a while since Sebastian Mins has raced at a club level. And he's doing a pretty good job here. Driving with a lot of experience in European and international karting. Down towards hairpin number 1 again. Everybody, you can see just how much the inside line of hairpin number 1 has gripped up now. Changes for, as I say, noted Mins now up to 5th place past Jack Nettleship. Piotr Jurovic is also on the move for the VRE team. Got past Cameron Edmonds for 12th, both of them up 4 places. Freddie Lloyd is still out there, by the way. He's running in 17th place right now. But of course, we did note that he's under investigation, that notification that came in earlier on in this race. Final lap board out then. Nat Johnston looking composed at the moment. Oh dear, who's that off? That's the number 32 of Monty Brathwaite. And I think Alex Wiley might have been involved in that as well, because Alex has had a very, very slow run through sector number 2. Those two were pretty much together. This will neutralise things towards the Fullerton S's. I don't think Lewis Bird is going to have the opportunity to rotate. Doesn't need the opportunity either. He's going to take pole position here, barring any disasters through the third sector on this final lap. But this will put a smile on the face of young Nat Johnston. And remind everybody that Mick Barrett Racing know how to set a kart up around this circuit. Johnston wins Heat 2. Second for Bird. Joey Brown really not happy across the line there. P3. Aaron Brown P4. Sebastian Mins, Jack Nettleship, Hayden Eldridge, Sam Lewis, Jack Dan and Alexander de Benedictis. I wonder if the reaction there from Joey Brown is because he knows that was a race that did not spread out. Joey Brown is probably going to go down to 9th place with that +5. Ryan Gill, Cameron Edmonds, Pietro Jurdovic, Freddie Lloyd and Leif Khan all in the top 15. Liam Karabelov was, I think, your biggest mover in that race, equal biggest mover, up 11 to 16th. Jamie English up 3 to 17th. Daniel Bridgen, and then Jack Crockwell and Dorian Mallock, top 20. Alex Wiley, Don Powerbock, Oliver Meek, Ethan Higgins, James Harris, William Omar, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Ryan Sayers, Archie Cole, Bailey Brooker, and Oscar Cole with 31 finishes. Retirements from Monty Brathwaite, Alfie Gallagher, Warren Russell, and Max Ewell. And that brings us to the end of the heats. Now, if you remember, if you're like T-Bush 27, Zach Burke, James Lovell, Mike Chalk, welcome everybody. Welcome to the group. You don't need to do anything. We're going to do our switch now into the finals, into our members part of the day. If you haven't done that yet, there's still time, and you can still do it at any point during the rest of the day to join the fun if you want to do so. But for now, though, we'll take a very, very short break on the comms, get ready for the finals, and we'll be back very, very soon with your SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live.